Good morning, California. Buenos dias. Good morning, commissioners. Welcome to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission public input session on our draft maps. Today, we'll be focusing on our Board of Equalization maps, but also welcoming public input on all of our maps. We want to thank all Californians who have taken the time to submit public comment this week during our hearings and also via our website. Thank you for engaging with us. We are offering language lines for Spanish language speakers to listen to the meeting in their native language. May I please have the Spanish interpreters provide our language line number where the public can listen to today's meeting in Spanish.
Yes, good morning, Chair. This is Spanish interpreter Margarita, and we'll do a site translation of the language line instructions in Spanish.
Gracias.
De nada. Para los hispanohablantes que desean escuchar esta reunión en español, por favor marquen el 888-566-1377 para escuchar esta reunión en español e ingresen el número de identificación para la reunión, que es el 389-1010. De nuevo, el número de teléfono es el 888-566-1377 y por favor ingresen el número de identificación para la reunión 389-1010 para los hispanohablantes que desean escuchar en español. Si desea llamar para dar su aporte público, el número de teléfono es el 877-853-5247. De nuevo, el número de teléfono para dar sus aportes es el 877-853-5247. Usted va a necesitar ingresar el número 827-246-86608. Usted va a necesitar marcar este nuevo número de teléfono para poder dar su comentario público. Si va a necesitar el servicio de un intérprete para dar sus comentarios, se le proveerá un intérprete durante la llamada en este número de teléfono. Si usted está hablando para dar sus comentarios públicos, por favor no vaya a colgar, si no perderá su lugar en la fila. Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Ravi. Are you ready for a roll call?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Commissioner Turner? Commissioner Vasquez?
Here.
Commissioner Yee?
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad? Commissioner Akutagawa?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Presente.
Commissioner Forashari?
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Lamont? Commissioner Sadwani?
Here.
Commissioner Sanai?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor?
I am present.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
Here.
Roll call is complete, Chair.
I'm
Thank
here
you.
too. Commissioner Ahmed. Here.
Thank you.
And good morning. My name is Pedro Toledo. I'll be serving as your chair for today. I'm coming to you from Petaluma, California. And just a little bit of background. Every 10 years after the federal government publishes updated census information, California must redraw the boundaries of its congressional, state senate, state assembly, and state board of equalization districts so that the districts correctly reflect the state's population. The 14-member commission is made up of 5 Republicans, 5 Democrats, and 4 of us not affiliated with either of those parties. The commission must draw the lines in conformity with strict, nonpartisan rules designed to create districts of relatively equal proportion that will provide fair representation for all Californians. For more information, you can visit us at wedrawthelineca.org. This week, we've had testimony for our state senate, state assembly, and congressional districts, and we are now going to be taking feedback on our Board of Equalization maps. We will continue to take feedback on any and all districts next week, November 22nd and November 23rd, between 9:30 and 2:30 p.m. And please, you can also use our draft map feedback form, which provides real-time input to the commission. The link's available on our website. We also have the state database, that has created a online tool for mapping districts. You can also create and submit your maps and send them to the commission via drawmycalifornia.org website. Just a few housekeeping rules. The commission will be enforcing a 2.5-minute time limit for appointments and will provide a warning at 30 and 15 seconds remaining. When you start your input, please identify which district plan and region you will be providing input on so that the mappers can bring up the map. We will open the lines at the end of the day, at the end of today's meeting, around 2:30, when we will open up for public comments, and anyone can call in and provide their general public comments. The number to provide public comment is listed on our live stream landing page on our website. If you are calling without an appointment, please do not hang up, as you will lose your line and your place in line. With that, I'll turn it over to Katie to go over directions and read instructions on the call-in process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the draft map feedback session. If you have not done so already, and if your unique ID ends in 001 through 035, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. You will be identified by your assigned unique ID number received with your invite for this session. When it is your turn to speak, I will promote you to have the ability to enable your own audio and/or video in the lower left corner of your screen. Public input time limit is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You will receive a verbal warning at 30 seconds remaining and at 15 seconds remaining in your speaking time. There will also be an active timer on the screen for your convenience. When you start your input, please identify which district plan and region you will be providing input on. And one more time, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the public comment queue line, indicating you are present and ready to comment if your unique ID ends in 001 through 035. And we will be starting with 003, and then up next after that will be 001. 003, I will be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and what region you would like to address, the floor is yours. 003, you are unmuted. If you are speaking, we are not hearing you, which means you may want to check your microphone settings.
Hi.
Oh.
My name is Jack, and I am calling today about
003.
the Long Beach
003,
maps
I'm so sorry to
involving the
interrupt.
City of Long Beach. First,
003, we're having a hard time hearing you. Can you hear me?
hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you better now.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Good morning.
Let's try again.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jack,
Morning, Robbie.
and I am calling today about the Long Beach maps involving the City of Long Beach. First, I want to thank the Commission for all your work throughout the redistricting process. I have been able to see all the work commissioners have put into listening to communities of interest. Specifically, as a member of the LGBT community, I greatly appreciate your work to unite more of Long Beach. As a large city with nearly 500,000 people, it's incredibly important for Long Beach to remain as intact as possible. from the Board of Equalization to Assembly. Keeping our city together as you can will ensure that our voice is heard and our interests are fully represented. We are a large and diverse city tied together by a welcoming and diverse atmosphere in every neighborhood. Specifically to the work you all did reuniting our downtown, our shoreline, and including our LGBT neighborhoods to the north of the city will go a long way organizers that speak to the issues that for saying and hearing the LGBT community. As you move forward in the final line drawing process, please continue LGBTQ community in mind as connected as possible. And please, the largest LGBTQ. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have 001. And up next after that will be 004. 001, I'll be promoting you now. 001, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Kumiyama, and I'm calling from Long Beach. I'm also a member of the Long Beach Transit Board of Directors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. First, I want to thank you and your staff for all of your hard work over the past several months, for everything that you are doing, especially for the updated draft maps, which unite most of Long Beach in every map you are considering. As a city of almost 500,000 people, I think it's incredibly important for Long Beach to remain as intact as possible as you draw districts for everything from state assembly to the Board of Equalization. Keeping our city as together as much as possible, as much as you can, will ensure that our voice is heard and that our interests are fully represented. It also helps protect important communities of interest like our Cambodian and AAPI residents and our city's significant LGBTQ plus community. We are almost at the end of this process, and I know the city appreciates your commitment to this work. We're also grateful for the care that you've taken to place us in districts with our immediate neighbors. It's incredibly important, especially in our district for Congress, that Long Beach shares a representative that with communities we partner closely and already like those we share borders with. Also, thank you so much for keeping Lakewood in our congressional district. Please continue to take our feedback to heart and create districts that help serve the best interests of our area. Thank you so much again for this opportunity, and I hope that you all enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you for your comments.
And right now we will have 004. And up next after that will be 028. 004, I'll be promoting you now. 004, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I will be addressing congressional maps in Long Beach and the Orange County coast. Thank you, Commissioners, and good morning. My name is Sam Garrett Pate. I'm the Managing Director of External Affairs for Equality California. The other day, we submitted a joint presentation with the California environmental voters, and I just wanted to talk through the changes that we'd like to see you make to Long Beach and the Northern Orange County coast to better unite our LGBTQ communities and communities that share environmental concerns. So if you start with the existing map, this can be greatly improved by linking Long Beach to coastal cities in Orange County, which share those concerns and share those LGBTQ communities. And the remaining Downey portion could go toward the reconstruction of a Northern Gateway Cities Latino VRA district, which I know MALDEF and NALEO have both asked for. If you take some small population from Northwest Long Beach and move that into the adjacent Latino VRA district SP 710, then you can move Signal Hill, most of the city of Long Beach, and all of Seal Beach into the North Orange County Coastal District. This is notable because Seal Beach is actually currently diluting API voters in the Little Saigon district, Seal Beach has an API CVAP of just 11%. So it's actually bringing down and diluting API power in that Little Saigon district. You move the API Santa Ana City Council District, which was created as a result of a CVRA lawsuit, and move that into the Little Saigon district. That would help to better empower API communities in Santa Ana by uniting them with the Garden Grove and Westminster API communities. And the new boundary would also follow the Santa Ana River. This area is 45% API CVAP, so again, helps to empower API communities there. Then you use the 405 boundary as a southern boundary for that Seal Brea district. You unite Irvine and Costa Mesa in the Santa Ana district, as callers have repeatedly asked, and put coastal Newport Beach City Council districts around Newport
seconds.
Harbor into that Northern Orange County coastal district. You can move majority minority Latino areas of Tustin and Placentia into the Santa Ana district. And then ultimately adjust inland Orange County for population, keeping
15
Irvine
seconds.
whole and moving Laguna Niguel and Aliso Viejo into the Southern Orange County Coastal District, which would achieve all of your goals of uniting and empowering LGBTQ plus coastal communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
And right now we will have 028. And then up next after that will be 035. 028, I'll be promoting you now. 028, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Rumble. I'm the CEO of the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber of Commerce, and I am interested in providing comment on those districts or the portion of the map of North San Francisco Bay, particularly in Sonoma, Napa, Solano, Lake counties. I want to start, as other speakers have, by thanking the tremendous work and thought of your commission as it continues to go through the redistricting process. I know that it is not easy at all, and we absolutely appreciate all of the work that you're putting into it. Napa, Sonoma, and Lake counties have significant commonality in constituent needs, economic sectors, and more recently, over the last several years, shared tragedy and natural disaster response and recovery. For Sonoma County, this is particularly true for the cities along the 101 corridor and moving east into Napa and Lake counties, including Solano County. This commonality does not necessarily extend in the unincorporated towns and areas west Sonoma County, which has more commonality with coastal California, including Marin. And so splitting Sonoma County to maintain a distinct coastal district while allowing the central and eastern portions of Sonoma County to join, particularly in the congressional visualizations with Napa, Lake, and other counties east, is completely appropriate. Combining those communities of Middle Eastern Sonoma County with those areas in Napa, Solano, Lake counties is currently proposed in the 11-10-21 congressional visualizations is extremely desirable, as it will allow individuals, families, and businesses to continue to recover from significant natural disasters with consistent representation. It will also help to maintain shared approaches in how our communities are tackling pressing social issues like affordable housing, transportation infrastructure, food production, and climate change. And with those things in mind, the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber of Commerce is supportive of the current 11-10-21 congressional visualizations. Thank you very much for all of the work that you continue to do.
Thank you for your comments.
And right now we will have 035. And then up next after that will be 025. 035, I'll be promoting you now. 035, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I shall address the assembly draft maps in the Fresno and Merced areas. My name is Venancio Gaona. I live in Southeast Fresno. Our Latino community fears the commission is struggling to comply with the Voting Rights Act in both the Fresno and Merced Fresno draft maps. From November 2nd to today's draft, the the Latino Citizens Voting Right Act population in the Fresno seat dropped by nearly 3%, while the Merced Fresno seat only increased the Latino CVAP 0.8%. It appears the commission does not have a full understanding of why this is. The commission seems to pay attention to other communities of interest and ignoring where Latinos actually exist. While trying to draw seats to protect the Latino ability to elect candidates of their choice, you have not been paying attention to the Latino priorities. Between November 2nd and the draft maps, you have cut 150,000 people from the Stanislaus County out of the Merced seat, even though they were 54% Latino. You then added 150,000 people in the city of Fresno to your VRA seat, even though they were only 43% Latino. This math does not add up, especially not for a VRA district. This is not an oversight, mistake, or done in bad faith, but you must correct this going forward. It appears you are prioritizing many other communities of interest requests to remain whole and to be included in the South Fresno seat. Because of these requests, you are diluting the Latino vote and making it harder to draw effective Latino VRA seats. Latinos should not be the sacrificial lambs. You are limiting your flexibility in other areas. The South Fresno district goes too far north in the city of Fresno. The Merced district is being pulled away from the Latino communities in Stanislaus and orphaning them.
30 seconds.
The North Fresno and Clovis district is not being pushed up all the way into the Sierras. You are not prioritizing the LVRA obligations in the South Fresno seat. Finally, first, draw strong VAR seats. Secondly, do not make the Latino community expendable in attempting to balance the interests of other communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And right now we will have 025. And up next after that will be 022. 025, I'll be promoting you now. (025), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, this is Lourdes Oliva from Fresno County area. Thank you for the commission for all the hard work and especially for writing down and noting down our comments. As a Central Valley resident and originator from the Los Angeles area, I see the need for the Board of Equalization to really meet its goals. As you may know, the property tax program concerning with the Board of Equalization is very important to all homeowners. It is the way that our schools get funded and our roads get looked at, and also a lot of progress. However, the Board of Equalization maps that I'm looking at right now are making maps that are so wide and so equal in population, but not really taking care of looking at the populations that live in them. The Latino community, not only being a majority in number, is also one of the communities that most looks to have their own business, to put up their own projects. And unfortunately, the Board of Equalization, it affects their progress. I think that we need to look at these maps in a more holistic way of how we could really help the communities who make our economy thrive, especially in the Central Valley, as I see from the map that I see on your website. What I'm looking at, that map D, draft D, is such a huge area covering that really doesn't pay attention to the needs of those areas. I currently had to help the community with unfortunate fraud cases with solar construction salespeople who are doing practices that are very abusive and predatory. The assessments put on their homes, the County Board of Equalization would have been someone that could have helped them avoid it, them getting loans that they were not ready to take or assume or even learn that they had that. This board is very important for the economy of our state. This board The Board of Equalization needs to have representatives that know the community. In the Central Valley, I'm looking for the VRAs of the Latino community to be addressed in these maps. I appreciate your time and comments, but please, if you have any need to learn more about this topic, my name is Lourdes Oliva, and I would love to help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments.
And right now we will have 022, and up next after that will be 006. 022, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Judy Robinson. I'm commenting on the Sacramento region maps. I'm a native of Sacramento County and have lived here for over 60 years. I was the 2020 census manager for Sacramento County, coordinating regional census outreach with the adjacent 6 counties and sharing outreach materials with Northern California counties all the way to the Oregon and Nevada borders. Over 2.5 years with key community leaders and stakeholders to develop and implement a successful census outreach plan. It is based on this experience that I urge you to reject the draft assembly and Senate redistricting plans, which fail to reflect all that we learned from these census efforts. As an example, during the census, we were intentional in developing a comprehensive language justice plan that represented our diversity. Sacramento County, per capita, speaks more different languages than any other county in California. We identified these diverse communities, worked with key trusted messengers, identified issues important to the residents, and tailored outreach accordingly. In Roseville, you can email residents and they are easily informed. In North Highlands, many residents can't afford broadband or computers or don't know how to use them. We partnered with our library's bookmobile and went to apartment complexes to share information face-to-face in different languages. We also provided computers and Wi-Fi in order for residents to complete the census questionnaire online. Yet the draft assembly maps have drawn these significantly different communities of Roseville and North Highlands into the same assembly districts. Across the county, we outreached and communicated with our communities differently. Many residents get their information off smartphone apps like WeChat, Viber, and rely on family members and friends to keep them informed. Similarly, Arden Arcade could never be outreached to like we would for Pollock Pines. For starters, Arden Arcade has a significant Afghan refugee population where we had to outreach to residents at the local food bank with interpreters. For the same reasons as above, you should not combine them into the same Senate district as shown on the draft maps. All this to say, we need to change the lines to bring together our communities, like with like, and fragment them. Our diversity is our strength. Keep our communities together so that they're understood, their voices heard, and their needs represented. For these reasons, I ask that our long-established Sacramento County communities be removed from districts connected to Placer and El Dorado counties. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And right now we'll have 006, and up next after that will be 023. 006, I'll be promoting you now. 006, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you, commissioners and staff. Good morning. My name is Julia Marks, and I'm calling from Asian Americans Advancing Justice Asian Law Caucus on behalf of the API and MEMSA State Redistricting Collaborative. I'll be speaking about Congress primarily and also Assembly in the Bay Area. Thank you for all your work navigating these complex questions. We continue to encourage you to consider our previous map submissions to deal with some of the complexities of complying with the VRA and also respecting communities of interest. This past week, our collaborative has been meeting with regional and local partner organizations who are interested in these issues, as well as additional community members, to look at the commission's drafts and identify priority areas that we both appreciate and have some concerns about. Today, I'm sharing input from our partners in San Mateo, Santa Clara, Alameda, and Sonoma counties. First, we really appreciate that the draft congressional map groups Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Berryessa, Milpitas, and South Fremont in one district. East Asian, South Asian, and Muslim communities all identified these cities as interconnected. Unfortunately, COIs in Mission San Jose and Irvington are cut in your congressional map. We ask that you please keep each COI whole and keep these 2 COIs with Centerville. You can keep these neighborhoods with Santa Clara whole and together, respecting the large Muslim and South Asian communities throughout these COIs and area. And you can achieve this by moving Newark into a district with Union City and moving more of San Jose into adjacent districts. We also request that you make changes to the assembly draft maps to put San Lorenzo, San Leandro, Hayward, and Union City in one district altogether. These areas are home to many working class communities, Asian immigrants, and Filipino Americans. In San Mateo County, please keep North Fair Oaks, Bellhaven, and East Palo Alto together in one district and with Redwood City.
30 seconds.
The Commission's congressional and assembly maps both break up these communities. These areas are home to many Pacific Islanders, as well as other communities of color who have shared policy needs due to relatively low incomes and a history of being underserved and under-resourced. 15. These areas should not be paired with the affluent and tech-oriented areas to the south in Santa Clara County. Finally, we have additional input on the Santa Rosa area, which has Pacific Islander communities, and we can submit that in writing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have 023, and then up next after that will be 015. 023, I'll be promoting you now. 023, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm Greg Lucene. I'm concerned about the the congressional 25th district. And thank you for the opportunity to participate. And yeah, it's impressive. And yes, wow, this looks like a really tough job to figure all this stuff out. And thanks for the effort you're doing. Basically, just wondering if there's a way to make a less drastic change in our district. Is there a way to keep the appropriate population balance, but keep Sunnyvale and Moore Park with Santa Clarita and the rest of the Antelope Valley? There's some natural boundaries just to keep our area together, and there's a common aerospace industries and getting representation regarding helping with the power shutoff events and so forth, and pushing it to include more of the San Fernando Valley feels like it's getting into a different community area with different interests, and there's a different school district there with the LAUSD and so forth. So basically just ask the pre-op with that, and that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you for engaging with us.
Yeah, right now we will have 015, and up next after that will be 009. 015, I'll be promoting you now. 015, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours. Zero 15. There you
Okay,
are.
can you hear me now?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Cynthia Murray. I'm the CEO of North Bay Leadership Council. We represent the leading employers in Marin, Sonoma, and Napa counties, and I am to speak today in favor of the maps from 11-10-21 for Yolo Lake and the North Coast districts. Much of my comments were already made on the Yolo Lake district by Peter Rumble from the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber. We agree wholeheartedly with all that he pointed out on the reason why that district is one that we would support. And we also support the map for the North Coast District. We think Marin definitely should be part of the coastal district, and we very much applaud the lines that were drawn in the 1110 maps. We again see that these are communities of interest in terms of equity, economy, environmental, and disasters, and we very much hope you will keep those lines as you have currently drawn them in the maps of 11, 10, 21. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, right now we will have 009, and then up next after that will be 005. 009, I'll be promoting you now. Zero 009. Try one more time. 009, it appears there may be a connectivity issue with the audio and video option. We will be trying the audio only option at this time. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute on your screen. There should be a little unmute right in the center of your screen at this point. Unique ID 009. Unique ID 009, are you there? You should be seeing a prompt to unmute in the center of your screen at this time. All right, 009, we will come back to you. Right now we'll go to 005, and then up next after that will be 007. 005, I'll be promoting you now. .005, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Hello, commissioners. I am looking at the San Francisco congressional maps, specifically North San M. We'll start there. Hello, commissioners. This is Mike. I am here on behalf of Equality California, the nation's largest statewide LGBTQ+ civil rights organization with hundreds and thousands of members statewide. I'm calling today to express our appreciation to the commission. We love the San Francisco congressional and Senate maps, which unite our LGBTQ+ community, as well as Black, API, and Latino communities of interest. For the assembly maps in San Francisco, we ask that you revisit the maps as it currently divides our community, as well as the city's two largest Black communities and Latino communities, and actually pack the API voters in SF West District. We kindly recommend that the commission revisit our maps, which we submitted under the LGBTQ unity maps, and generally recommend that the commission work to divide the city vertically rather than diagonally. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
And right now we will have 007. And once again, right now we will have 007, and then up next after that will be 029. 007, I'll be promoting you now. .007, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Yes, I'm calling about a Senate map, specifically the ECA district that involves Merced County. My name is Dr. Robin Dolugan. I'm a professor of anthropology at the University of California, Merced. I reject the current map as it's going to have a negative impact on Merced County's fair representation. The new map severs Merced County from similar communities of interest that, for example, that are in the current Senate district boundaries. I just wanted to say geography matters. When I moved to Merced County, I'm a resident of the city and county of Merced. I have been for 16 years. When I first moved here from the San Francisco Bay Area, it struck me that this was a Central Valley, is a unique part of California. I've continued to learn much from. And it's very distinct from the foothill or mountain communities that now are being enjoined with the draft map. There couldn't be communities that are more distinct from each other, different from each other than in terms of environmental concerns, health concerns, community concerns, common interests, economics, etc. So geography does matter, and this map seems to not take into account those geographical differences and demographic differences. Further, I've been really happy to witness civic engagement grow in the Central Valley and in Merced County. And as we build more confidence in our underrepresented communities to be involved in the civic process, and raise their voices and their concerns. Some of this community building, civic community building happens within the Senate district as it is now. And so the new map actually harms some of the wonderful common communities of interest that have been building for the last several years. So I reject then that and ask that map get revisited. I am not alone. I hope you can hear the voices of Merced County because there are many, many people who feel the same way. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
And right now we will have 029. And then up next after that will be 033. 029, I'll be 029, as you have chosen to call in. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. 029, if you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Yes, it will be Santa Clarita Valley. I think it's SCVAB. And I'm calling in regards to just to talk about how your map shows Santa Clarita past the San Fernando Valley. And it really needs to be separate, and for these reasons. Santa Clarita has 5 school districts with only 56,000 kids and 1 community college. The San Fernando Valley, being part of the city of Los Angeles, has a population of almost 4 million, 63 colleges, and they have the second largest public school in the nation of LAUSD with almost 619,000 students, almost 76,000 employees, and a budget of $8.55 billion. They oversee 1,006 public schools K through 12. Santa Clarita, being such a small city, our children cannot be properly represented, and we do need, our children need proper representation and legislation also. So please, if you would take that into consideration and remove us from the San Fernando Valley. In addition, Santa Clarita only has a budget of $248.3 million. San Fernando, being part of Los Angeles, has a budget of $11.48 billion. Our voices would be completely lost. In addition, the PSPS is very important to us. That is our public. The PSPS is what protects us from wildfires, and we have 2 completely separate utility companies. Ours is private SCE. LADWP is with the San Fernando Valley for Los Angeles, and they are completely municipal, so they are not represented by the PUC. They are regulated by the Water and Power Commissioners and the City Council. So a representative would spend a lot of time focusing on such a large city and understanding their regulations in order to protect to prevent wildfires. And if you would please take that into consideration. And I just ask for congressional and assembly to be back with Simi Valley with 2 smaller and similar cities. Thank you so much, and please have a great weekend.
Thank you. Likewise.
Thank you so much. And if I could please ask for one of our Spanish interpreters, our next speaker has request for Spanish interpretation, as for 033. And then up next after 033 will be 010. 033 will be promoted now. And I do see you, Ashley. And 033, if you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address. And if you will please engage with our lovely interpreter. The floor is yours.
Buenos días. Buenos días. Le voy a dar las instrucciones para usar intérprete. Lo haremos de modo consecutivo. Asegúrese de hablar despacio, frases breves y hágame pausas para que pueda interpretar su testimonio. Adelante.
Gracias. Buenos días, mi nombre es Mireya González y soy organizadora en San Bernardino con Chirla.
Good morning. My name is Mireya González and I'm an organizer in San Bernardino with Chirla.
He estado organizando en esta ciudad por más de 7 años y también soy residente de la ciudad de San Bernardino por los últimos 18 años.
I've been an organizer in this city for more than 7 years, and I've also been a resident in San Bernardino for more than 18 years.
Quiero agradecer a los comisionados las oportunidades que han creado para que la comunidad inmigrante y que hablamos español podamos participar.
I would like to thank the commissioners for the opportunity that has been created for immigrants and Spanish speakers to be able to participate.
Los inmigrantes sin estatus en las ciudades de San Bernardino, Colton, Rialto y el área incorporada de Moscoy enfrentan muchos desafíos comunes.
The immigrants that don't have status in San Bernardino, Colton, Rialto, and Moscoy are facing a lot of challenges.
Como son accesos a recursos para escuelas públicas, control de renta, restricciones para los trabajadores ambulantes, protecciones para las trabajadoras de casa.
Like, for example, issues dealing with access to resources in terms of the schools, in terms of help with rent, in terms of street vendors, in terms of the household workers, domestic workers.
Los vendedores han recibido en los últimos meses muchas restricciones en el condado y la ciudad que les prohíbe estacionarse en banquetas para vender sus productos como flores, mercancía, incluso comida.
And also our street sellers have faced many restrictions in recent times, restrictions imposed by the county, by the city, in terms of them being able to sell their products on the sidewalk areas, including things like food, flowers, or other merchandise.
Los miembros de mi comunidad que hacen este tipo de trabajo han recibido bastantes tickets, han sufrido maltratos y hasta les han quitado su mercancía a los trabajadores del Departamento de Salud.
So these workers that work as street vendors have been, and that are in my community, they have been very poorly treated in recent times. They have also received tickets or fines, and their merchandise there has been taken away from them by the workers from the health department.
Y esto pasa porque no hay un entrenamiento adecuado que esté culturalmente adaptado o lingüísticamente adaptado para nuestra comunidad.
This happens because our community does not have, in terms of dealing with our community, and our community does not have the right training to understand the culture and also that is linguistically appropriate.
La comunidad que hace este tipo de trabajos vive bajo la línea de pobreza y enfrentan muchos desafíos tratando de sacar a sus familias adelante para pagar sus rentas, ya que no tuvieron el privilegio de quedarse en casa durante la pandemia.
Also, because they did not have the privilege of being able to stay home during the pandemic, we see that this community, these workers, which all live at poverty lines and the poverty threshold, they face a lot of challenges in terms of being able to support their families and in terms of being able to pay their rent as well.
Por eso estoy aquí para compartirles que me parece bien que la ciudad de San Bernardino se mantenga integrada en la Asamblea y el Senado.
That is why I'm here, in order to express my support for having the city of San Bernardino be kept whole in terms of all the districts, the Senate and the Assembly.
En la Asamblea, el mapa que me gustaría ver para San Bernardino tuviera que estar agrupado con la ciudad de Rialto, Colton y Bloomington, en lugar de estar la ciudad de Grand Terrace, Loma Linda y Redlands, ya que estas ciudades...
Espere, señora. So the assembly map that I would like is the assembly that has San Bernardino joined with Rialto, Colton, Bloomington. Perdón, Bloomington, gracias. Siga.
Y no quisiera que integraran la ciudad de Grand Terrace, Loma Linda y Redlands, ya que estas ciudades no comparten muchos intereses con las mencionadas anteriormente.
And I do not want it joined with Grand Terrace. ¿Me puede repetir los tres nombres? Señora, ¿está usted ahí? Okay, I do not want it included with Terrace, Loma Linda, and Grand. The interpreter didn't catch that third name.
I believe it was Grand Terrace, Redlands, and Loma Linda.
That's it. Grand Terrace, Redlands, and Loma Linda. Gracias, señora.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have 010. And up next after that will be 002. 010, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Happy Saturday, commissioners. I'm going to be addressing the San Diego region, and I'm going to be addressing Assembly, Senate, and congressional level. So I'll name the districts if that's helpful as I talk about them. Okay, I'll get started. So my name is Erin Wilson Nieves. I'm with Alliance San Diego, and I'm here today raising concerns about the identified San Diego COIs of City Heights, Southeast San Diego, El Cajon, and Spring Valley on an Assembly, State Senate, and congressional level. These communities are experiencing issues with a lack of funding and resources centering on housing, healthcare, education, language access, and increased criminalization and surveillance from law enforcement. And so that is why I am here today to talk about what I see in these districts that are needed for these communities. On the Assembly level, I'll be speaking to the El Mesa S. Val district. And although the before mentioned COIs are paired together in this district, the split of El Cajon is detrimental to immigrant and refugee communities, as resources would be assessed and distributed in a district separate from where the residents actually live. El Cajon should be kept whole in this district. On a Senate level, the core Cajon district also pairs the identified COIs together, but includes these COIs with affluent communities of Coronado, Point Loma, and downtown. And these communities have drastically different experiences in San Diego, mainly due to income and socioeconomic status. While our communities face a lack of resources, representation, and quality housing, coastal communities in downtown should not be paired with our identified COIs. And on a congressional level, the SESDC district is very damaging to our COIs of City Heights, El Cajon, Spring Valley, and Lemon Grove. These COIs are paired with East County communities who do not share similar experiences or values as us. And this district also disconnects our communities from resources, which are already very minimal. And they are not going to be offered where residents live if they are paired with these East County districts. Thank you. Overall, it is essential to keep already marginalized COIs whole and in districts with other communities that have similar values. Prioritizing this will maximize equitable representation and give communities an opportunity to thrive. Thank you for providing the opportunity for me to share my recommendations.
Thank you for engaging with us.
And right now we will have 002, and then up next after that will be 027. And I'd like to invite caller 4882 unique ID 009 to please press star 9 on your keypad. This will raise your hand in the calling format. Thank you for calling in. 002, I will be promoting you now. 002, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi there, my name is Connor. I'm calling today to talk about the Long Beach Congressional District. Before I start, I want to thank you all for the months of work you've put in to get us to these draft maps. We're finally coming up on the end of this process, and I just want to say how grateful I am for your commitment to this work. These districts will impact our representation at the state and federal level for the next decade, so it's unimaginably important that we get this right. Thankfully for me and my community of interest, the Commission has gotten it right for Long Beach. Residents, businesses, and organizations from across our area have reached out to this Commission asking to be kept as together as possible, and you listened. For the last 10 years, we've been able to benefit from having a voice in Congress, and we've used that voice to advocate for what we most need from our government. And for the next 10 years, we need that same ability if we're going to meet the challenges we face. Addressing issues like climate and environmental justice, housing affordability, and access to sustainable transportation is an absolute necessity for my community, and redistricting can either make or break our ability to take bold action. Another important consideration for our district is for us to share a representative with other parts of our local area that we already have strong bonds with. I'm grateful that you're looking at having Long Beach kept with Lakewood and Signal Hill, and I'd also encourage the Commission to look to other cities on our immediate border for additional options to add population as needed, like Seal Beach. Thank you again for your continued support of Long Beach and for all the long hours you've devoted to this important process and the hours you will continue to devote to this important process. Take care and have a great weekend. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have 027. And unique ID 009, it appears that you have hung up your call and rejoined with one of the multiple Zoom links. I would like to ask that you please call in again. It would make the public input probably go much smoother as the Zoom connection has not worked previously. Thank you so much. 027, if you will please, or I will be promoting you now. 027, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Commission. I would like to discuss Kern County and the Southern San Joaquin Valley, specifically with regard to really either Senate, Assembly, or Congress. It will be relevant to all three levels.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
My name is Lori Pasante, and I have spoken previously as the facilitator of our redistricting work in the Central Valley for the Dolores Huerta Foundation. But prior to coming to the foundation, I was a Kern County public defender. And as I have considered my comments regarding redistricting to this commission, I realized that the splits of specific cities in the Central Valley that we have promoted in our maps and that MALDEF has proposed in theirs, I really want to tell the story of why these cities need to be split. When I was a public defender, I was personally threatened by gang unit officers after finishing a trial. We have had now 2 consent decrees imposed upon both the Kern County Sheriff's Department and the Bakersfield Police Department. Multiple lawsuits related to racist application of discipline in our high school district and intervention in the California City and Mojave area as well. The reason why we need so much external intervention and why the Senate, Assembly, and congressional districts are so important to us here in the Central Valley is because we just don't have the kind of equitable representation at the local level. What you do here as a commission will make or break the ability of the 70% communities of color in the Central Valley, and especially the Latino community that represents over 50% of every county, our ability to thrive for the next 10 years. Here's an example. The census designated place of Bakersfield Country Club is currently in your Voting Rights Act districts. These are $1 million homes in the middle of Bakersfield. They call the sheriff's department's right there. My friend lives in the non-census designated place, 2/10 of a mile away from that census designated place. She has never seen a patrol of the sheriff's department in her neighborhood in 12 years. And the only reason why she saw the sheriff there 12 years ago is because she was dating him. Okay, so let's be very clear about who's being exploited in the Central Valley and who has all the power. We cannot keep Bakersfield whole, cannot keep Visalia whole, cannot keep Hanford whole. Please look at our splits and recognize that it's a matter of life or death. Thank you.
Thank you for your engagement with the process.
And right now, unique ID 009, as you are the last person at this time from our session, we'll go ahead and try the Zoom option one more time. And if not, we'll try the audio only option. Actually, you know what? Let's do the audio only option because the other way just wasn't working. So audio only, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yeah, okay. Can I need translation, please?
I'm sorry?
I need translation?
Yes. May I please have an interpreter?
Okay, thank you so much.
Spanish interpreter Margarita.
Thank you so much.
Okay, señora, perdón, le voy a dar algunas instrucciones antes de que empiece su comentario público, por favor.
Okay.
Si usted va a necesitar el servicio del intérprete, el servicio se le va a brindar de manera consecutiva. Por favor, asegúrese de hablar lentamente y de dividir su testimonio en 2 a 3 frases a la vez para que la intérprete pueda interpretar todo su testimonio. Por favor, una vez que... perdón. Me parece que eso es todo.
Okay.
Gracias, adelante.
Ok. Mi nombre es Marta González y llamo para hablar del área noreste de Los Ángeles.
Okay, my name is Martha Gonzalez and I'm calling about the Northeast LA area.
Yo trabajo en la clínica Romero al noreste de Los Ángeles.
I work at the Romero Clinic in Northeast Los Angeles.
Quiero mi apoyo para mantener 2 distritos de asamblea 51 y 53 que representan el centro de Los Ángeles y el este de Los Ángeles.
I want to provide my support for 2 districts, Assembly Districts 51 and 53, which represent Central LA and East LA to be together.
La comunidad latina de Los Ángeles ha logrado una buena cantidad de empoderamiento en las últimas décadas debido en parte a la organización comunitaria y la defensa en interés de nuestros vecindarios.
The Latino community has been able to enjoy a growth in empowerment in the last couple of decades because of the community engagement and development.
A lo largo de los años, 2 distritos separados han servido a los intereses de las familias trabajadoras durante generaciones desde Eagle Rock, Sur Los Ángeles, Pico Union y East Los Ángeles.
The 2 separate communities have been able to, that are hardworking or working class, have been able to receive support in the areas of Eagle Rock, South LA, Pico Union, and East Los Angeles.
Les pedimos que mantengan estos 2 distritos en su configuración actual y nos ayuden a mantener juntas nuestras comunidades de interés.
We ask that these 2 districts be kept in the same configuration or design and to be able to keep the communities of interest together.
Urgimos y pedimos a la comisión mantener estos 2 distritos íntegros para que puedan seguir representando los intereses de todas nuestras familias trabajadoras.
We ask and urge the commission to please keep these 2 districts together in order to be able to represent the families and the working class.
Pedimos que los dos distritos se sigan representando. Un distrito que continúa representando a las comunidades del centro de Los Ángeles, Koreatown, Pico Union, Boyle Heights y el sur centro de Los Ángeles.
We ask that these two districts continue with the representation for the central area, the Koreatown, Pico Union, Boyle Heights. Perdón, la última fue
El
este,
sur,
Los Ángeles,
el sur centro de Los Ángeles.
The last one was South Central LA.
Quiero pedir a la Comisión de Redistribución de Distritos divida del distrito de Boyle Heights a la ciudad de Los Ángeles, que es la base de un distrito, y el este de Los Ángeles, condado de Los Ángeles, es la base del otro.
Perdón, the interpreter is going to ask for a clarification.
Okay.
¿Usted está pidiendo que se divida Boyle Heights de Los Ángeles y el este de Los Ángeles, dijo?
Sí, la redistribución de distritos divididos.
I ask for the commission to keep the division of Boyle Heights and LA and East LA.
Gracias, comisionados, por su tiempo y trabajo.
Thank you, commissioners, for your time and your work.
Quiero reiterar, urgir, a reafirmar y pedir respetuosamente mi apoyo para mantener 2 asambleas.
I want to reiterate and reaffirm my support to keep the 2 assembly districts.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias a usted.
And right now we will have unique ID 008. I will be promoting you now. (008), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Janet Robinson Flint, and I want to talk about the assembly districts in South Los Angeles and a little bit about the Antelope, Lancaster, Palmdale area. But first, I want to start with South Los Angeles. So my name is Janet Robinson Flint. I'm the executive director of Black Women for Wellness. We are a 20-plus-year-old organization with offices in Los Angeles and Stockton. Our work centers with lifting the lives of Black women and girls, and our lens is a social and reproductive justice lens. Black women continue to be the most progressive voting bloc in the country, and yes, that includes California, yet our representation in elected office is minimum. The lines currently as they are drawn have the potential of diminishing our assembly districts from 4 to 3. And also it has the potential of diminishing our voting power or electeds by 50%. BWW implements a civic engagement program we call VREAM, Voting Rules Everything Around Me, with a cadre of phone bankers, text teams, and canvassers. We've engaged voters, we've registered voters, we informed voters for at least the past 12 years. And we have seen the vote won or lost by 300 of votes in Palmdale, Lancaster, and Antelope Valley, and we think that the lines drawn will further amplify the frustration and not the victories of communities working together to raise their voices and concerns there. Equal population and compliance with the voting rights are high priorities, but we know there's more than one strategy or way to diminish voter power, and voter suppression works in many different ways. Our VREAM team works tirelessly in South Los Angeles, and we are the first to recognize the impacts of gentrification, the increase in unhoused, the impacts of Martin Luther King Jr. Hospital closing. So we understand the importance of voting, of census, and the impacts these intersections have with the lives of our community. And that frustration and that reference is to looking at where we were 10 years and where we probably be. Our elected officials need communities of interest to work together, because we know what happens in Carson, i.e. the stench of Carson will blow over to Compton. So we recommend that the commission look at the maps that the California Black Power Hub, that MALDEF, and the People's Bloc have offered as consideration in keeping together communities of interest and not diminishing.
Thank you so much. And Chair, at this time, that is the last person from this session.
Great. So let's, at this point, let's break for, let's do our 15-minute break and come back at, actually,
Sure.
because we're a little bit early, it'll be more than a 15-minute break. Let's come back at 11:45, which is this time that the next group of individuals are scheduled to come back. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission's public input session focused on the Board of Equalization. I hope you had a good break and were able to grab some coffee or some tea and get ready for the next session. At this time, we are accepting and making ourselves available in Spanish. It would be great if the Spanish interpreters would educate the public on how to access our session in Spanish.
Muy bien, estas son las instrucciones para escuchar en español y participar en español. Las personas que deseen escuchar esta reunión en español deben llamar al 888-566-1377 e ingresar el número de identificación de la reunión, que es 38 91 010. Repito, el número a marcar para escuchar la reunión en español es 888-566-1377. Y al hacer esto, ingrese el número de identificación de la reunión, que es el 3891010. Si desea llamar para dar su opinión públicamente, el número es 877-853-5247. De nuevo, el número para comentar en público ante la comisión es el 877-853-5247. Deberá marcar el código 82 72 46 86 608. Deberá marcar este nuevo número para ofrecer sus comentarios públicos. Si va a tener intérprete para comentar, habrá un intérprete para usted en este número para los que deseen intervenir. Y recuerde, si llama para participar, para dar sus comentarios, no cuelgue, ya que perderá su lugar en la fila. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a usted. Katie, could you please provide the public with information on how to log in?
Absolutely, Chair. Welcome to the draft map feedback session. If you have not done so already, and if your unique ID ends in 036 through 074, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. You will be identified by the assigned unique ID number received with your invite for this session. When it is your turn to speak, I will promote you to have the ability to enable your own audio and/or video in the lower left corner of your screen. Public input time limit is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You will receive a verbal warning at 30 seconds remaining and 15 seconds remaining in your speaking time. There will also be an active timer on the screen for your convenience. When you start your input, please identify which district plan and region you will be providing input on. And one more time, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the public comment queue line indicating you are present and ready to comment. If your unique ID ends in 036 through 074. And we will be starting off this session with unique ID 049, and then up next after that will be 051. 049, I'll be promoting you now. (049), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Great. I'll be speaking to congressional maps in Orange County. Okay. My name is Danny Chinose. I direct the demographic, I'm research director, sorry, at the Orange County Civic Engagement Table, or OCET, in Orange County. we're looking at the congressional map in Orange County. There's a lot to like here for us. We truly appreciate your recent shift to maintaining a Federal Voting Rights Act district for the Latinx community at the congressional level. That's District Santa Ana. That draws the South Fullerton and West Anaheim community of interest together with the Santa Ana community of interest. We'll be proposing some minor tweaks to the district that bring in the rest of South Fullerton west of Richmond Avenue. But we're really happy with the direction that you've taken. We also appreciate that you've drawn an adjacent district north and west of the VRA seat that's labeled District Seal Brea. That allows three important immigrant communities of interest to remain whole. That includes the Garden Grove and Westminster COI, the Amemsa COI spanning South Buena Park, La Palma, and Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos Artesia in LA, and the Korean American COI in North Buena Park and Northwest Fullerton. In particular, the district allows the Amemsa community to remain whole in an Orange County-based district, and something that we consistently heard was important to community leaders. So thanks so much. This is a long district, but these three immigrant communities have much more in common with each other than with native-born higher income communities on the coast like Seal Beach and Huntington Beach. One major problem in the congressional draft map is the division of Irvine and the splitting of the Irvine, Costa Mesa, and Tustin COI between districts NOC Coast and Inland OC. You've heard from Alliance members about the importance of keeping these disproportionately immigrant communities whole and together, especially as one of the state's fastest growing major cities. Irvine is coming into its own. We're exploring alternatives that keep that COI together in an inland district, but we recognize that keeping these communities whole may require them being drawn into a coastal district. We want to emphasize that any changes to the Irvine area should be made without major changes to either of the two amazing districts you've drawn to the north. I think you're close to being done in Orange County at the congressional level, and wouldn't want you to undo all that you've achieved. So thanks so much for everything and all your hard work on these districts.
Thank you very much.
Right now is 051, and up next after that will be 041. 051, I'll be promoting you now. 051, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Katie. I would like to see congressional maps and of the Los Angeles region of Glen 2BA district. All right, thank you. So my name is Jeremy Payne. I'm calling on behalf of Equality California. So nice to see folks again. I wanted to call and express my appreciation once again for uniting our LGBTQ plus community in Silver Lake, Los Feliz, Hollywood, and West Hollywood into the congressional district Glen 2BA. However, there is a western portion of our LGBTQ plus community in West Hollywood above Santa Monica Boulevard that was left out of this district. Given the significant LGBTQ plus density of this area and the relative ease of unifying the city of West Hollywood, which is less than 2 square miles, we ask that all West Hollywood be kept together in Glen 2BA, bringing our inland LGBTQ plus communities together in a district where we share similar values and concerns and have a long work together to elect candidates of choice who will champion our intersectional civil rights interest. I also wanted to bring attention to the district to the west of it, the Shoreline District. For our coastal LGBTQ plus community, we were disappointed to see our LGBTQ plus welcoming beach communities of Pacific Palisades and Santa Monica left out of congressional district Shoreline and instead placed in a San Fernando Valley-based Malibu SFB district. We respectfully urge the commission to unite our coastal LGBTQ plus community in a Shoreline district that includes Pacific Palisades and Santa Monica with our LGBTQ plus dense neighborhoods of Venice and Marina del Rey. In doing so, our coastal LGBTQ plus community will be empowered to continue the great legacy of LGBTQ plus civic activism, such as when they elected California's first openly LGBTQ plus state legislator who in the assembly in 1994, who then went on to become the first female speaker pro tem of the assembly, the first openly LGBTQ plus member of the California Senate, and now first openly LGBTQ plus member of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. So please keep our coastal LGBTQ plus communities together from Pacific Palisades to Venice. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
And right now we will have a 041. And up next after that will be 054. 041, I'll be promoting you now. Zero 41, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Sharon Weissman, and I'm calling today about the congressional map for Long Beach in southern Los Angeles County. I have been an active member of my community for many years, and as you have heard, we would like to stay together as much as possible in your congressional maps. I want to thank the Commission for all your work over the past several weeks. Just this week, the Long Beach Independent Redistricting Commission approved our City Council's maps and districts, and our commission is modeled after yours. I know we are almost at the end of this process, and Long Beach and California appreciate your commitment to this work. I've listened to people call in over the past few weeks, and I have heard a wide diversity of voices. But in Long Beach, you are hearing one overwhelming sentiment: keep us as intact as you can, and continue to include in our neighborhoods and continue to include our neighbors in Lakewood and Signal Hill in these maps. Our community also cares deeply about the protection of our environment, so it makes sense to include places like Seal Beach in Orange County in our district. I thank you for taking our input. We really appreciate you and the work you did to unite more of Long Beach into a single congressional district. Thank you for your work.
Thank you for your comments.
And right now we will have a 054. And up next after that will be 061. 054, I'll be promoting you now. Zero 54, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and what region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Cool. Can you hear me?
Oh, we sure can.
Awesome. So I'm Kayla Asato, and I'll be talking about Orange County congressional and state assembly districts, especially around the South Fullerton, West Anaheim area, and also be touching on state senate. So I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Kayla Sato. I live in the city of Orange. I am part of Oversee Environmental Justice-based org in Orange County. I wanted to thank the Commission for all of your hard work. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the importance of keeping South Fullerton, West Anaheim together, with Chapman as the dividing line between North and South Fullerton, and the similarities between the two areas. On the congressional level, we truly appreciate your recent shift towards maintaining a Federal Voting Rights Act district for the Latinx community that draws South Fullerton and West Anaheim together with the Alliance Santa Ana Community of Interest. We'll be proposing minor tweaks to the district that bring in the rest of South Fullerton west of Richmond Avenue, but we are really happy with the direction that you've taken on the congressional level. Similarly, with the assembly level, we appreciate your drawing low-income immigrant communities of interest in South Fullerton and West Anaheim together, Korean communities in North Buena Park and Northwest Fullerton, and Amemsa communities on the border of LA and Orange County together in the North OC district. These communities share common challenges like language access for the Amemsa community that crosses county lines between South Buena Park, La Palma, Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos Artesia in LA County. Drawing them together in an Orange County-based district is important to community leaders like the South Asian Network and the Council on American Islamic Relations. Thank you for that. And almost there in Orange County, we recognize that there may be some additional changes to make, such as fixing the division of Irvine at the congressional level. But please make sure that any shifts that happen don't disturb what you've achieved in South Fullerton and West Anaheim so far. On the state senate draft map, it looks pretty good for Orange County. We do want to flag that the district divides two communities of interest outside of environmental justice communities, the Korean American community in North Buena Park and Northwest Fullerton, as well as the Amemsa community spanning South Buena Park, La Palma, and Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos Artesia in LA
30
County.
seconds.
We want to emphasize that any changes made to this map should be made without major changes to the district in and around Santa Ana, West Anaheim, and South Fullerton. You're almost there in Orange County, and we wouldn't want you to take any steps backwards. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And right now we will have 061, and up next after that will be 048. 061, I'll be promoting you now. (061), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours. You are unmuted. If you are speaking, we are not hearing you. You may want to double check your microphone settings. Yeah, your audio settings are going to be in the lower left corner, right next to that little microphone. This little caret. Just double check that microphone. Oh, I see it. Here you come. And go ahead and unmute one more time. Unique ID 061. You should have an unmute prompt in the center of your screen. There you are. Nope, nope. We still can't hear you. I do apologize, 061. Do you have another microphone setting you can try? I'm going to go ahead. If you go ahead and just dial in the phone number that was in your invite that had this link in it, we will be looking for the phone number that you registered with, and I will go ahead and unmute you at that time. Please go ahead and dial in with your phone. Christian, can you take care of that? Oh. All right. Right now, we're going to have to go to, up next will be 048, and then up next after that will be 058. Right now, it will be 048, and up next after that will be 058. 048, I'll be promoting you now. (048), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you will please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Hello, hello. My name is Casey Schoen, and I am calling from Long Beach.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Perfect. I wanted to call today to thank you for keeping our community connected, not just for the congressional lines, but for the state Senate and in Assembly as well. As you know from my neighbors who have called in, Long Beach is a special place. We are an inclusive community and supportive of so many cultures. As a major city of the Los Angeles-Orange County border, Long Beach has historically been a great neighbor to our bordering LA County and Orange County cities. I know there is more work ahead of the Commission in the LA and OC region, and know some adjustments for population may still be needed. If population is a concern that would impact Long Beach, I would ask that the Commission to consider adding OC cities like Seal Beach to the Long Beach area maps. These are cities we already care a lot, or we share a lot in common with. We have traditionally been in federal districts with Orange County neighbors, and we love working with these cities. We share a similar coastal community experience, shop across city boundaries frequently, and believe we can work together in one congressional district. I know there are many options you have to consider, so these are just merely ideas I wanted to offer. I completely respect your process and want to be supportive of the direction you are headed in. Thank you again for keeping a vast majority of my city together as possible. And thank you for the opportunity to share my ideas. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback.
Right now we will have 058, and then up next after that will be 043. 058, I'll be promoting you now. 058, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and what region you would like to address, the floor is yours. Zero 58. If you are speaking, we are not hearing you. If you could please double check your microphone settings. Oh, you are not connected to audio at all. Hold on. Zero 58.
Hello?
There we are.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm a resident of Brea, and I'm going to talk about the draft map covering northern part of the Orange County. Northern Orange County needs representation that understands the threats we face. The northern half of the county has battled wildfires for years, and when these fires happen, our way of life is threatened. The most recent draft lines draw Brea, which has been an absolute hotspot for fires, away from other North Orange County towns that are annually subject to fires like Yorba Linda and Anaheim Hills. I think this is wrong and frankly dangerous. Wildfires are a monumental threat to the people whose families and homes are in their path. These people deserve one member of Congress who understands these issues and can advocate for help at the federal level. One congressional district should represent this area, which is why we must amend the previous map to keep Northern Orange County together and not to break it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your feedback.
Right now will be 043, and then up next after that will be 040. 043, I'll be promoting you now. Zero 43, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Samantha Mellinger, and I'm calling about the greater Long Beach area. First, I'd like to thank you for unifying as much of Long Beach in the same congressional map as possible. I know you all have a lot to think about, and I appreciate you making that happen for us. But now I'm also seeing that you need to add more communities in the area to the district that represents Long Beach. So I'd like to share that Long Beach has a lot in common with cities along our borders, particularly at the Long Beach and Seal Beach border. One of the things most people don't know about is an area that's called the Pacific Flyway. So that's from the Bolsa Chica wetlands in Huntington Beach to the Los Cerritos wetlands in Long Beach, where we have one of the richest environments for birds to stop at during their annual migration. Because of all the development in Southern California, a lot of natural wetlands have been lost. But here in Long Beach, we're working closely with our partners in Seal Beach and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to preserve what's left. And that's just one example of the type of work that's done locally in this region with our partners in Congress and the federal government. So please take these important local issues into consideration when you're drawing your maps. Long Beach and our coastal communities are truly one community. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have 040, and then up next after that will be 047. 040, I'll be promoting you now. Zero 40, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and hello. My name is Marisela De Rivera. I am a resident in North Long Beach, and I'm really grateful for your time. I'm like so many of the other callers, I'm very grateful for this commission. Having most closely watched our city commission go through this process, I realize how much work this is, and it's sort of beyond comprehension. I want to thank you, one, for the state assembly map, and two, for the state senate map. Those maps keep Long Beach whole. and I am incredibly grateful. I am a parent to 2 young children. Keeping the Assembly and Senate districts together, keeping Long Beach whole in those districts, rather, will also really help our children when we are advocating for educational dollars, educational reform, and whatnot at the state level. We have traditionally great partnerships with our representatives, and being able to speak as one voice for Long Beach Unified School District, I imagine is going to be a great help. Moving to the congressional side, I wanted to say that I understand population, needs to be balanced, and so it may need to shift. I live in North Long Beach, the very top part of Long Beach that is not part of this congressional map. Of course, I want to be, with the rest of Long Beach. I'd like 1 Congress member for the entirety of Long Beach. However, I do perhaps uniquely want to say that I think if North Long Beach has to be removed from Long Beach, the rest of Long Beach, for reasons of population, looking at this map, I actually feel comfortable with this. We share a lot of environmental justice issues in North Long Beach that the cities I see that we are grouped with, Carson, Paramount, Linwood, Southgate, these cities experience a lot of the same environmental justice issues that we do. And so I think that this is an appropriate grouping. I wouldn't want to have the rest of Long Beach or the other parts of the cities or congressional maps rather disturbed, because we will be served well. So I personally, as a person in North Long Beach, would advocate for bringing Seal Beach into Long Beach if additional population needs to be accounted for. And again, I'm really grateful for you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Right now we will have 047, and up next after that will be 071. I'd like to ask one of our Spanish interpreters to please join us, as 047 has requested Spanish interpretation.
Yes.
047, I'll be promoting them now. One moment.
Thank you.
They have been promoted and can unmute.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, there may have been a miscommunication. I actually do not require an interpretation.
I apologize. I was going off of my spreadsheet. Thank you so much.
But hi, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Patrick, and I'm calling today about maps that include the city of Long Beach. I first moved to Long Beach about 5 years ago, and as you've seen today, we are certainly a city that loves to be involved and loves to organize, especially when our community character is on the line. And I know you've heard from a lot of us so far, and on behalf of all of us, I want to thank you again for working to keep Long Beach mostly intact across the board here. I especially want to thank Commissioner Kennedy for being an advocate and hearing the calls from our community during these hearings. But as you move forward in doing your work, please consider connecting Long Beach with similar coastal communities like Seal Beach and our other neighbors like Rossmore and Los Alamitos. The current congressional map does a great job of keeping most of Long Beach together, but if changes are needed, that would be my hope. In Long Beach, we care strongly about the environment because of our coastlines, freeways, and port. And our neighbors to the southeast have always shared this passion and continually work with us on environmental initiatives across the board. So thank you for considering this request, and thank you again for putting more of Long Beach into one congressional map. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we will have 071, and then up next after that will be 046. 071, I'll be promoting you now. (071), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
All right, I'd like to address the North Los Angeles County area. The Assembly District 38 is actually what I was calling about. I'm asking for this opportunity to speak and ask for some changes on the rough draft that I've seen. The present map of the 38th on the recent map shows that the district is moving southward into the San Fernando Valley and westward away from Acton and Agua Dulce. That means that the Santa Clara River Basin would be effectively split in half, with the headwaters being separated politically from the majority of the users down in the Santa Clarita, Stevenson Ranch, and Castaic area. I remind this committee that that the various communities of interest are all connected by several different things. Water being the first one. All water in the Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Clarita Basin area is very precious. It is mostly groundwater, mostly wells are pumping it up. There is some water that goes to Santa Clarita City that is piped in, but the majority of this is groundwater. The majority of it also is on septic and treatment plants, and they draw a lot of attention from our residents whose life and properties are impacted. LA County rules this area of legislation, and we have seen changes that are coming. So, and we need one political entity at the lowest level, probably the Assembly District, to confront Southern California Edison, whose power outages, the PSPS, the last few years have really confused our lives and frustrated our businesses and schools. We also have one common big area of commonality, which is traffic congestion and long-term traffic planning. It's an area that needs state leadership.
30 seconds.
The last part that I asked for, and the reason why I like to have the whole area in one assembly district, is that housing development is huge in Los Angeles. And LA, this Santa Clara Basin is one of the last areas to be developed. There's 5 points on the Ventura County line, just north of Stevenson Ranch, and it goes into Castaic. There's some housing there. There's also a new housing tract coming into Agua Dulce. And this is...
Thank you so much. And right now we will have 046. And then up next after that will be 062. 046, I'll be promoting you now. Zero 46, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Lucas Volchak. I'm a community organizer and resident here in Long Beach, and I'll be talking about the LB North Congressional Map Draft. I want to thank the commission for all the work that you guys have done. I know it's been a very long process and you've been doing a great job. I also want to thank you for listening so closely to our community. Obviously, me and many of my neighbors who you've heard here on the call have been following these meetings quite closely, and we really appreciate so many of the commissioners, all the work that you guys have done in keeping Long Beach intact, or at least as much as possible in these draft maps. I understand that for population purposes, some of the Long Beach, the city of Long Beach was removed at times to balance out the needs of other maps, and we appreciate you doing what you can for us. I also know the commission still has a lot of hard decisions to make. And as we continue working towards final maps, I ask the commission to consider grouping communities, our community with our neighbor cities like Seal Beach and other OC communities like Rosemore and Los Alamitos. We share a lot in common with these cities, as you've heard multiple times, due to environmental issues, sharing the ports, things like that. And all that we can do to keep these our communities together with Seal Beach would be great. We definitely share more with cities like that than we do with Downey and Southeast Los Angeles. So moving forward, we'd love to see more of that. Long Beach is a community that cares deeply about our coasts and the cleanliness of our oceans, as do our OC neighbors to our east and south. And as the recent oil spill off our coast, we've seen collective action between our communities be quite inspiring. We're communities that are impacted greatly by the preservation of our environment, and we share very similar day-to-day experiences. Thank you again for keeping Long Beach intact. As you continue your work, please consider these suggestions made by us and our neighbors. Thanks so much for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you for your comments.
And right now we will have 062, and then up next after that will be 070. 062, I'll be promoting you now. (062), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Talking about LA County and Central SFV Assembly District in the San Fernando Valley. Thank you very much, commissioners. Again, you've done a really great job, I think, with this map. Calling from Eric from North Hollywood, Eric Show from North Hollywood. We are a small group of neighbors really just trying to fight to get our neighborhood unified here in North Hollywood. And we're just calling to ask that you help end this division. It is hard enough being represented in government in Los Angeles. And then when you split our community in two, it makes it next to impossible to get anything done. So we're just calling and organizing to get the North Hollywood boundary extended to what the LA Times neighborhood map already has in place. And that would be to extend it south to the 170 freeway on the west, 134 on the south, and Lankershim on the east. This would unify our neighborhood, allow us to advocate with neighborhoods we already know are similar to ourselves, and we know and already work with very well. So again, only a small change needs to be made, commissioners, and certainly hope you will help our neighborhood unite in this new map. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your suggestions.
And right now we have 070, and then up next after that will be 050. 070, I'll be promoting you now. (070), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, I will be addressing North Orange County and the congressional districts on those draft maps.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I live in Chino Hills, and I just wanted to talk about that area of the draft map. I just want to stress that all of Chino Hills should be in one congressional district with North Orange County. I do know the mayor commented at one of the meetings on this issue, and I want to echo his sentiment and stress that residents do agree. Please don't chip away at our city just to meet population totals. Please make sure Chino Hills is kept together. We need one representative to represent all of Chino Hills. So thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. And thank you for listening to my message request.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we will have 050, and it looks like 061 has reconnected. So right now we have 050. I'll be promoting you now, and then up next after that will be 061. 050. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. I'm addressing East and Central San Diego County, and specifically Ramona and the San Diego Country Estates area. Good afternoon. My name is, and the congressional map, sorry. My name is Andrea McNew. I'm speaking today as a citizen of Ramona and a resident of the San Diego Country Estates. I deliberately chose that language because Ramona and the Estates are one community that deserves representation in Congress by one person, and I'm here to urge you not to split our community when redrawing the congressional districts. Residents of the Estates consider Ramona our home, and for good reason. Ramona and the Estates share one zip code, one school board, one water board, one community planning group, one county supervisor, and most importantly, one community identity, that of a rural small town, separate from the suburbs and cities in the western portion of the county. One drive up 78 East from Escondido, and you'll know you're not in the suburbs anymore. We also share natural resources, county fire protection services, two major transportation and fire evacuation corridors, and several tourist attractions that have grown more and more popular as the years have gone by. This draft also splits the communities of Santa Isabel and Julian. And while I don't live there, I would feel remiss if I didn't point it out, especially since a portion of Ramona's economy depends on the tourists that pass through via state routes 78 and 67 on their way. On a more general note, the border between these two districts, should it remain as it is, would be devastating to all of the rural communities in East San Diego County. We are already overlooked and underrepresented within our current district, with the suburban cities of El Cajon, Santee, Lakeside, Escondido, and San Marcos receiving the vast majority of attention by our congressional representative. Should the rural areas be split in two, it would become even more of a struggle to have our voices heard in Washington. I do want to commend you for your draft Senate and Assembly maps, because they do not have this problem. They keep Ramona, Julian, Borrego Springs, Alpine, Warner Springs, and other rural communities. All those communities across the eastern portion of the county, from north to south. We take pride in our backcountry identity and deserve to be represented in Congress the same way you've proposed they be represented at the state level as one. Thank you. And thank you for your hard work.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we will have 061, and then up next after that will be 037. And 061, we're going to go ahead and just try the audio only option at this time. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute on your screen. You are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Ah, perfect. There you are. If you would please
Yes.
remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I will be talking about North Orange County. My apologies for the earlier technical difficulties. I am a resident of Brea, and I just wanted to talk about the draft congressional maps in that North Orange County area. I believe North Orange County really needs representation that properly addresses the unique issues facing our communities. We have faced wildfires for years, and these communities need to be able to coordinate responses to those natural disasters. And Yorba Linda, Brea, Anaheim Hills, Chino Hills, those areas have especially been hotspots for wildfires, and our fire authorities and officials collaborate very well together to combat these issues. But currently in the draft maps, Brea and even North Fullerton is separate from Yorba Linda, Chino Hills, and Anaheim Hills. And we're placed in a district that runs all the way to Cerritos, down to Garden Grove, Westminster, and Fountain Valley. And this doesn't make very much sense to me. North Orange County is one community. For example, I go all the time to Yorba Linda, Orange, and Anaheim Hills, either to shop, meet people, to dine, but I rarely go down all the way to Garden Grove and Westminster. So one congressional district, I believe, should represent all of our North Orange County area. And I hope you would consider keeping all our communities together. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we will have 037, and then up next after that will be 065. 037, I'll be promoting you now. (037), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you will please remind the mapper of what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Paula Cepeda, and I am calling today about Long Beach. By trade, I work in the tourism industry, and so I get to see a lot of different places. Long Beach is by far one of the most close-knit communities that I've had the chance to be part of. I think that's why you're hearing so much from us. We definitely care about our representation and feel strongly that it should reflect the spirit of our city and also our surrounding communities. Long Beach is a great place, but we don't do it alone. We draw ideas and build communities with our neighboring cities too. With the cities to our south, we share a similar coastal experience and have built quite an aquatic community and an appreciation for our beaches. After reviewing the current maps, I would ask the Commission to consider Long Beach with Orange County coastal cities that border us. A prime example of how connected these places are is the Long Beach Transit bus route that connects coastal Long Beach with Seal Beach. This route wouldn't exist if there wasn't such a demand. Thank you for taking that into consideration. We really appreciate all the work you're putting into California's redistricting process.
Thank you. Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we will have unique ID 065. I'll be promoting you now. Zero 065, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Gretchen Cox and I'm a resident of Fullerton. And I'd like to speak about Orange County. I want to say that separating North Orange County for the congressional lines is a major and unnecessary mistake. Currently, Fullerton and Brea are separated from Yorba Linda, Placentia, and Anaheim Hills in the map. The communities in our North Orange County region are tightly intertwined together. I go frequently to Yorba Linda, Placentia, and Anaheim Hills for business and shopping and socializing. We all share the same infrastructure concerns. We have affordable housing concerns. We have common wildfire hotspots, and we're one community that should be considered a community of interest. North Orange County has very different concerns from other parts of the county. The lines that divide Northern Orange County were drawn, it seems, quite arbitrarily, and multiple commissioners have admitted this through the process that took place last week. And I hope this situation can be amended. And I want to thank the commission for all of their time and hard work on this effort. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And it appears that we don't have any other hands up. Is that correct, Katie?
That is correct, Chair, and we do not have anybody else that is registered for this session in the queue that has not spoken.
Thank you. Is there anyone who in this session who is able to or who wants to give comment? Katie, do you know?
No, Chair. There's nobody in the session that is registered for the session that is. I don't know how to answer that.
There's 3 hands raised at this point.
That would be general public comment, Chair.
Given that we have a couple minutes prior to the end of, we're scheduled to have lunch at 1:15.
Yep.
So I'd just be inclined to just take this now.
Absolutely.
Given, so let's take the hands that are raised until 1:15.
That's perfectly fine. I've just been going with that's great.
Thank
One
you.
moment, I will need to rename. Give me one moment.
Just to clarify, Chair, would you like us to read the instructions to open general public comment?
No, just the folks that are on the line at this point. We will have our general public comment session at 2:30, but at this point, since we have individuals who are in the queue at this point, we'll just take them now.
Understood.
Thank
and
you so much.
And we'll do 2 minutes for those calls, correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
You got it.
We will begin with caller 8544, and then up next after that will be caller 0129. And for those that have called in, if you do wish to give comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. All right, caller 8544, if you could please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 8544, if you will please let the mapper know of what district plan and what region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Yes, I'd like to discuss the assembly maps in San Fernando Valley. My name is Melanie. I was born and raised in Burbank. My children and grandchildren who are of Latino descent were born here and still live and work in the valley today. My father owned a gift shop here. My mother was a police dispatcher for the city. I spent many years working for the Burbank Water and Power. My ex-husband and his parents owned many businesses in the valley. I've seen how our city and the cities around us have changed over the years and require representatives who are from the valley who can relate to our unique area and the challenges we face, the values we hold. And with that said, I want to thank the Commission for carving out Voting Rights Act districts that help protect our communities of color and give us a chance to elect representatives who represent us. However, I believe there are enough people in the San Fernando Valley to draw a second Voting Rights Act assembly seat. And by combining small portions of your current proposed valley seat with areas just south of it, a parallel Voting Rights Act district can be drawn with both seats containing a majority Latino citizen voting age population. Furthermore, these seats could be nested into a VRA Senate seat, adding even more representation for our Latino population. The San Fernando Valley is a diverse area and needs representatives who live in it and can give voice to that diversity. Creating two valley-based Latino VRA districts in that San Fernando Valley meet that goal.
15
Thank
seconds.
you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, now we will have caller 0129. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 0129, if you would please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Mike Labar. I am the mayor of King City, California. I will be speaking to CD Cupertino, CD Mid-Coast, SD S. Bend Fresno, SD Mid-Coast, AD Benito, AD Mont Coast. The current visualizations in place right now have significantly segregated our Hispanic communities along the Salinas Valley. The congressional district specifically has segregated the cities of King City, Greenfield, and Gonzales from its sister city of Soledad, and now combined us into a congressional district that now puts us in with San Jose, an area that is not a community of interest. DD20, which is the current congressional district, is a 54% Hispanic population. The maps now put that at 27% for Mid-Coast and 35% for Cupertino, cutting in half the Hispanics' voice. For the Senate District 12, which is currently in place, which is a 68% Hispanic district, the new maps even are worse. The Mid-Coast is down to 19.9% Hispanic and then pushes everything to SBN Fresno. And likewise in AD 30, the current assembly map, you significantly reduce and eliminate the Hispanics' voice. I ask that the commission really look at what's going on down here and see how they have carved out communities of interest and placed them in non-communities of interest. I ask that you go back to basically the material maps that are currently in place. We understand there can be contractions and expansions, but as standing right now, the maps significantly harm us. Please look at these maps closely.
Thank you for your comments and feedback.
And right now we will have unique ID 060, and then up after that will be caller 7446. Unique ID 060, as you have chosen to call in. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 0135 or unique ID 060. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Callers or unique ID 060, you are unmuted. If you will please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. I'm a resident of Yorba Linda, and I want to speak on North Orange County in that area. The draft maps separating North Orange County makes little sense to us right now. Our communities deal with the same traffic, the same infrastructure issues, but instead we're separated from Anaheim Hills and Orange. We do not really have the same issues as Anaheim and Buena Park, who focus more on tourism. The rest of us up in North Orange County, like Anaheim Hills, Orange, Yorba Linda, North Fullerton, Brea, we really focus on the freeways and traffic, such as the 57 and the 91. We would really appreciate if that can be put into focus and that the districts would be changed for the congressional district of North Orange County. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we will have caller 7446. And I'd like to invite those that have called in that have not given comment today to please press *9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. We also have one person that is registered for the next session here, so I'd also like to invite unique ID 087 to please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. And right now we will go with caller 7446. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 7446, if you'll please let the mapper know what district plan and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I will be talking about Irvine in Orange County. My name is Tammy Kim, Vice Mayor for the City of Irvine. I'd first like to thank you, thank the whole Redistricting Commission for your unwavering commitment to this process and for your service to the state of California and to our residents. I'm speaking today to bring awareness and express my concerns over the proposed congressional and state Senate map. Irvine is the fastest growing city in the state of California and the 10th fastest growing city in the entire nation. We're a highly diverse community with nearly half of our residents that are Asian American descent. We also have a strong and vibrant Middle Eastern, Northern African, and Persian community. We're also unique in the sense that we are thoroughly integrated. For example, the Islamic Center of Irvine, the Korean American Center, and the South Coast Chinese Cultural Center are all on the same block, on the same street. For Congress, we have Irvine split between maps, North County coast, that puts us as far as Seal Beach, and CD Inland map that puts us as far as Chino Hills. And for State Senate, we also have Irvine split into two different ways. And the interesting concerns of Irvine and communities such as Chino Hills or even Seal Beach are vastly different, including our economic interests, our community interests, our demographics, etc. And so I really urge and ask the commission to please look at keeping Irvine whole and putting us directly with neighbors such as Tustin, which shares our school district, and business interests, or Laguna Woods, a senior community that has a growing API population, which shares our churches, doctors, and families and support system. So splitting Irvine would also disenfranchise and dilute our Asian American community. So I urge the Redistricting Commission to please keep Irvine.
Thank you for your comments.
And at this time, I'd like to invite caller with the last four digits 3777. If you wish to give comment, please press *9. And that goes for caller 5944 as well. And then unique ID 087. If you wish to give comment early, if you could please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen, indicating you are there and ready to give comment. Chair, at this time we do not have any hands for those that have not shared. Oh, wait. Unique ID 066, you have just joined. You do have an appointment during this session. If you are ready to give comment right now, I invite you to use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. As for unique ID, oh, there you are. All right. I will be promoting you now. 066. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you will please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, good morning. The district that I'm going to address today is the congressional maps for Fresno Tulare, Kings Tulare Kern, Fresno Kern.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Greg Dason. I'm the Information Technology Director for the Dolores Huerta Foundation and the individual who submitted maps on behalf of the Central Valley Equitable Maps Coalition. Our coalition is requesting that VRA Voting Rights Act requirements be of the highest priority for the Commission. We request that these VRA districts are not weakened by any other factors. The Dolores Huerta Foundation has learned from previous redistricting experiences in the Central Valley and that CVAP and other metrics must be very high for the VRA district to actually be effective. Please use our submissions as examples of what these thresholds should look like. Also, use our submissions as examples of where it is imperative to split some Central Valley cities. An example of this is in the Tulare-Visalia area on the issue of water. Tulare west of 99 is profoundly underserved. 2,000 of its residents have not been able to drink water for the last 8 years, and code enforcement regularly tickets West Tulare residents for watering their lawns. But in East Tulare, there's a huge lush park with a taxpayer-funded fishing pond and multi-million-dollar estates with green lawns. Our maps split Tulare along Highway 99 and Highway 137, keeping Northeast Tulare in the same non-VRA districts as affluent parts of Visalia, Clovis, and Exeter. It is acceptable to split Tulare straight down 99. Splitting Tulare and other Central Valley cities is essential because often state and federal intervention is needed and is the only way that disadvantaged communities get any help. For example, Exeter City Council voted unanimously to refuse to connect disadvantaged community of Tuleyville to its water system. The state had to intervene and pass laws to correct this injustice. This is why we drew Exeter into a non-VRA district. Please let me know if our valley-wide coalition of local residents and public interest organizations be of further assistance to you in the Commission in drawing these lines. We live and have committed our lives to working in these disadvantaged communities every day. Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have unique ID 053. And then up next after that will be caller 2406. 053, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you please remind the mapper what district, plan, and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This is John Munson. I'm just going to be on audio right now. I'm commenting for Nature for All on the congressional districts that include the Angeles and Western San Bernardino National Forests and their surrounding communities. Given the challenges these forests face, they need as many stewards as possible, and we need to keep the ones we have. We value the voices of the API community in the San Gabriel Valley in the southwestern 27th District. As part of the 27th, their voices are empowered as to how our federal public lands are managed and what new resources their member of Congress should seek. We do not think these voices should be divided and diluted as CD 210 draft does, and we remain baffled as to why anyone would think this a good idea. We ask you to return to the visualizations of November 2nd that keep the API community of interest intact. All of the visualization draft maps have a fatal flaw that we've pointed out before that urgently needs to be corrected. The problem is that two proposed congressional districts that should include the National Forest do not. This is an easy fix since it deals with boundaries within the National Forest, but it does need to be corrected. CD 28 and 29 currently give roughly 1.5 million people a say in the management of their national forests. None of the new draft maps do. To correct this, Glenn 2BA draft or November 2nd visualization, and SFV draft or November 2nd visualization need to be extended north to the northern boundary of the Angeles National Forest, similar to the way they are now. Remember, there's very little forest usage that comes from Palmdale since there are no forest gateways or amenities or few amenities to visit. The same is true east of Santa Clarita, where there is one forest gateway. Almost all of the major gateways to the main section of the Angeles National Forest are from the south, between Sylmar and Rancho Cucamonga. This is the same for the 28th and 29th, whose district members come to the forest in high numbers. The upshot, these two districts needed to be extended in the Angeles National Forest. Remember, this won't be a problem for Santa Clarita since they already have to their west 100,000 acres of Angeles National Forest and a member of Congress who can represent their interests in the Angeles National Forest. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your engagement with the Redistricting Commission.
And right now will be caller 0003, unique ID 069, I believe. And then up next after that will be caller 2406. Caller 0003, will you please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 0003, if you'll please let the mapper know what district and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'll be talking about Central Valley generally on all levels, so I'm not sure you can zoom in, but I'm starting with the Bakersfield area. Should I begin?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Kristen Nimmers. I'm an organizing coordinator with the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. I've called a few times, but work with our coalition partners in the Central Valley and Bay Area. Today, I wanted to call to give feedback on maps for the Central Valley on all levels, focusing on areas in Bakersfield, Fresno, and the Kings Tulare district. Beginning with Bakersfield, the Commission has done a good job of pairing and keeping whole Black communities in Southeast Bakersfield, Benton, Cottonwood, and La Cresta, but there are small cuts at the Senate level in the area west of La Cresta and north of Benton Park that should be brought in to make sure those communities are whole. In Kings County, on the congressional level, the Commission separates Lemoore, Hanford, and Tulare from other Kings COIs, including Terabella and Pixley. And each of these areas has urban communities that would like to be paired together and share an interest in greater investment in the development of infrastructure, in food accessibility, affordable housing, as well as access to healthcare. And then in Fresno, at all levels, the Commission has split Metro Fresno COIs that should be kept together due to shared interests and demographics, as well as differing needs from the surrounding more agricultural communities that don't necessarily share the same city interests. On the assembly level, the Commission has excluded multifamily developments below Bullard Ave in Fresno. On the Senate and congressional levels, the Commission has separated Western COIs from the urban core, including West Park, a COI that's west of the 99, as well as multifamily developments around the Fig Garden Loop and the College COI. As we engage community members during the COI phase, folks continually lifted up the importance of ensuring that Black communities in this area are both united and not paired with COVIS, which has significantly different interests. The Hub's maps provide an example of how to pair these COIs and ensure that VRA needs are met in this area, and I hope the Commission ensures that these communities are whole and together in the final map. Thank you for your time and consideration of this input.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 2406, and then up next after that will be caller 9938. Caller 2406, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 2406, if you'll please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kimberly Dixon, resident leader with Central Valley Urban Institute. I would like to uplift the communities of Tulare, Hanford, Lemoore, Terabella, and Pixley. Commissioners, we are requesting you keep hubs, communities of interest in Kings, Tulare, and Kern counties whole, together, and in a district with similar communities. Comply with the Voting Rights Act by drawing majority Latinx Central Valley AP districts where possible, while also protecting key community of interest. We would like to bring to the Commission's attention the barriers to opportunity, including a lack of investment in the development of infrastructure, food accessibility, lack of affordable housing, need for quality jobs, funding, and resources for schools and small Black businesses. What's good about the Assembly maps is it keeps the community of interest of Lemoore, Hanford, Tulare, Pixley, and Terabella mostly whole and paired together. What is bad is Terabella is split. How to fix it is adjust Kings District to include the rest of Terabella. I would also like to close by thanking the Commission for the Senate maps. It keeps the community of interest of Lemoore, Hanford, Tulare, Pixley, and Terabella whole and paired together. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you and speak to you today, and happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing Saturday with us.
And right now we will have caller with the last four, 9938. And again, for those that have called in, that is our last raised hand at this time. For those that have called in, if you do wish to raise your hand, please press, and have not shared with us today, please press *9. And for unique ID 087, you are welcome to comment early if you like, and please use the raise hand option at the bottom of your screen. Caller 9938, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Caller 9938, if you'll please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
So the district plan is CD _ graded _ draft, and it's in Alameda County and Santa Clara County.
Thank you.
So, great. Thank you, California Redistricting Commissioners, for your tireless work and your dedication in this process. My name is Linda Sell, and I am a Housing and Human Services Commissioner for the City of Sunnyvale, where I'm Vice Chair, and I have co-founded 2 environmental nonprofits. However, the views I'm expressing here are my own, which I have not shared with the organizations, so I'm representing this on my own behalf. I wanted to speak about CD _ graded _ draft map. This includes the cities of Cupertino, Santa Clara, Fremont, Sunnyvale, and other cities. One important, I want to thank the Commission for listening to the community. This community, these communities all surround the San Francisco Bay. And so in the future, they will have to deal with issues such as sea level rise. They all, many of them surround the bay and are adjacent to each other and the bay. And so they'll have to address sea level rise and the unique wildlife that is common to that area and address that together. There are 2 wastewater treatment plants in that area near the water in addition. So they will have to deal together with that. Them dealing together with that is important to work together. The other thing is culturally, there is much similarity in those communities. There is a high percentage of Asian and Indians, and if possible, some more Asians and Indians in their cultural institutions are a little more.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 9751. And again, I'd like to ask those that have called in, if you do wish to give comment, please press *9. Caller 9751, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hello there.
Yes, if you'll please let the map. Hello, if you'll please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you would like to address. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. Hello, Commission.
I've called previously. My name is Jamie Francis Wendell. I am a resident that's currently in the 28th Congressional District. However, previously I was in the 30th Congressional District before being redistricted. If I could specifically say about the Studio City West Hollywood area that's represented, where you are redrawing the lines, if you look specifically at 8000 Sunset Boulevard, to the north of me and the east of me, it will be the 33rd Congressional District, which is represented by Ted Lieu. We should be in the 33rd Congressional District, but yet I am 500 feet south of Sunset Boulevard in West Hollywood, and I'm still in the 28th Congressional District, and yet I'm west of where you drew the lines, which is in the Hollywood Hills or Laurel Canyon. I'm at Havenhurst, which is 1 block west of Crescent Heights. Why, even though we're west boundary, why are we in an eastern district compared to someone who's north of me by 500 feet, and they are in the 33rd district? West Hollywood is represented by the Beverly Hills West Hollywood Democratic Club. Why are we always attached to Hollywood? We are West Hollywood for a reason, that we wanted to secede and separate from Hollywood 100 years ago, when Sherman founded West Hollywood, and it was Sherman, hence Sherman and Sherman Oaks. We should at least be in the 33rd Congressional District or the 30th Congressional District and brought back. I shouldn't be represented by the San Gabriel Valley and the eastern San Fernando Valley of Burbank and Glendale and La Cañada Flintridge. I don't appreciate having to always be siphoned out. So please, I urge you to put us into the 33rd Congressional District, or let us be in the West Side communities. Don't put us in the East Valley. It's not appropriate. There are 2-3 canyons that separate us. We're West Hollywood.
Thank you for your feedback.
At this time, I do not have any raised hands. I'm going to go ahead and give everybody in the queue an opportunity to speak at this time, as we do have some time before lunch. Caller with that last 4 digits, 3777. If you wish to give comment at this time, please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. Oh, they hung up. All right. Caller with the last 4 digits, caller 5944. If you wish to give comment, please press *6 at this time. And one last time, caller 5944. Oh, I do apologize one more time. That was completely my fault. Caller 5944, if you will please press *6 one more time.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
We sure can. That was my fault. I apologize. If you'll please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours. Oh, whoop. Hold on. Okay, I don't know what just happened there. Caller 5944. If you'll please press *6. The floor is yours.
Hey, can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm in a public space and I'm speaking through a mask as well, so I hope you guys can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Wanted to just look at Kern County if we could, and also Kings County. Just wanted to look at the West Bakersfield area and how it's attached to the district that goes into Kings County. It seems like that area is not it's not really a good communities of interest match with that area. That whole West Bakersfield part really should be included with the other district that's connected to East Kern that currently goes up into the Fresno area. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you for your comments.
Oh no.
And at this time, Chair, we don't have any other raised hands in the queue. And one more time, we would like to invite unique ID 087. That's unique ID 087. You are logged in via Zoom. If you'd like to give comment right now and you're ready to comment, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen.
Unique ID 087. I'm going to go ahead and try the audio only option. I believe the name is Muldoon. 087, Mr. Muldoon. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute on your screen if you wish to give comment early. Would appear, Chair, may not be, or the person may not be at their computer.
Well, thank you for trying, Katie and Christian. And thank you for everyone who has given feedback to the commission on all of our maps and especially our VRA maps. We will continue to accept public comment, general public comment, after we accept and take our appointments at 1:45. So at 2:30, we plan to open up our public, general public comment line where the public can call in and give us comments on any one of the maps. We will be on break until 1:45. And at that time, we'll begin taking our appointments and then followed by general public comments. And thanks again to staff, interpretation, commissioners, for all of your, and the public, of course, for all of, for everything you're doing and for sharing Saturday with us. With that, we're on break. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission's public input session. We are taking public comment on the Board of Equalization maps. We have scheduled appointments through 2:30, so we will be starting with those first. But before that, we are offering language lines for Spanish language speakers to listen to the meeting and be able to provide comments in their native language. May I please have the Spanish interpreters provide our language line number where the public can call in to listen to today's meeting.
Of course. Las personas que deseen escuchar esta reunión en español deben llamar al 888-566-1377 e ingresar el número de identificación de la reunión, 3891-010. Repito, el número a marcar para escuchar la reunión en español es el 888-566-1377 y a partir de ahí, por favor, ingrese el número de identificación de la reunión, el 3891010. Si desea usted llamar para dar su opinión públicamente, el número para ello es el 877-853-5247. De nuevo, el número para que usted pueda ofrecer sus comentarios en público es 877-853-5247. Deberá marcar el código 827246860608. Deberá marcar este nuevo número para ofrecer sus comentarios. Si va a tener intérprete para comentar, habrá un intérprete para usted en este número para los que deseen intervenir. Si llama para hablar, no cuelgue, ya que perderá su lugar en la fila. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Again, we will be starting with appointments for today's, for this upcoming session, and then moving on to general public comment. I anticipate opening the public comment lines at 2:30, but we'll actually open it up as soon as all of our scheduled appointments are heard. With that, Katie, please start with the appointments.
Thank you so much, Chair. Welcome to the draft map feedback session. If you have not done so already, And if you have a unique ID that ends anywhere from 001 to 098, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. You will be identified by your assigned unique ID number, which you received with your invite for this session. When it is your turn to speak, I will promote you to have the ability to enable your own audio and/or video in the lower left corner of your screen. Public input time limit is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. You will receive a verbal warning at 30 seconds remaining and at 15 seconds remaining in your speaking time. There will also be an active timer on the screen for your convenience. When you start your input, please identify which district plan and region you'll be providing input on. And one more time, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to enter the comment queue line. This indicates you are present and ready to give comment. And that is for our unique IDs anywhere from 001 through 098. And right now we will start out with unique ID 076, and then up next after that will be 095. 076, I'll be promoting you now. (076), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please remind the mapper of what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm going to be talking about Long Beach congressional maps. And hi, my name is Rich Chambers. I represent our Long Beach police officers. Thank you for hearing me today. Our community really appreciates the commission recognizing us as one community. And we thank you for unifying as much of Long Beach as you can in our congressional map. We've always shared a congressional district with other cities and know this time around will be similar. And we absolutely welcome that. We just ask that the commission district Long Beach with cities and communities that are most like us. The obvious ones are Signal Hill, Lakewood, and Avalon, because they're part of the Long Beach Unified School District. But please also consider Orange County cities like Rossmore, Los Alamitos, and Seal Beach. I myself live in Long Beach, but many of the people who I work closely with and who I'm close friends with live in those bordering Orange County cities, and we are one community. And in closing, thank you for taking our input. We really appreciate you uniting more of Long Beach into a single congressional district, and would just encourage you to look east and towards Orange County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we will have unique ID 095, and then up next after that will be 078. 095, I'll be promoting you now. (095). You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please let the mapper know what district and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
We're looking at Senate District 23, San Bernardino.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Joshua Smalley. I'm calling on behalf of Time for Change Foundation and as a member of the Black Census Redistricting Hub Coalition. I'm calling to request the commission consider the Hub's drafts of the Inland Empire map, particularly like AD District 47 and Senate District 23, and to give rationale as to why it's vital that you take these maps into consideration during the creation of the final maps. For instance, these maps that we are uplifting today serve as a means to confront the reality of the housing crisis we have all been experiencing over the past decade that has hit historically Black neighborhoods the hardest. The communities of San Bernardino, Highland, and Rialto serve in a microcosm of self-reliance amongst the citizenry and this beautiful tenacity that makes these communities' continued connection important. These communities are mostly ignored by the rest of Southern California. They're kind of dismissed by surrounding communities. Though economic prosperity is a top priority for the Black community in California, it was top of mind during every phase of redistricting and our COI meetings. The 210 and 10 freeway corridors are unlike any other in the state. Citizens within this region travel east to west to work, family, and entertainment without much exploration to regions to the north and south. Senate District 23 maps that the CRC has provided disregards this very understood existence, severing the communities between Rialto and Fontana and proceeding south to Paris, Good Hope, and Romo Land, regions that have no historical relevance to the communities within the 210 and 10 corridor. All it takes is looking at transit authorities and transit hubs within that area to see that they go east and west and almost always ignore north and south. It really is a neighborhood framed by these two freeways. If you go here, you'll hear languages unlike your own. You'll see poetry presenting the history of come-ups, people proud of their culture, both foreign and American, and the sacrifices of parents and grandparents and great-parents. You'll see a community supporting each other's small, sometimes unlicensed businesses, and a community rejoicing when Mary, who's been doing hair in her living room for 6 years, finally moves into her own shop. This is a community of downtrodden, surviving by leaning on other skill sets, sharing talents to ensure repairs are made to homes, cars continue to run, bills are being paid, laborers, trade workers, specialists with years of experience in a community to keep afloat. While noble, our maps confront this issue. And the change to our community wants to see that you will invest more in Black-owned businesses and will strengthen the purchasing power of our community and give economic longevity to our children. Please take our maps into consideration. We implore you to. We absolutely implore you to. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we will have a 078, and then up next after that will be 075. 078, I'll be promoting you now. (078), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you please let the mapper know what district plan and region you'd like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hi there. I am looking at the Long Beach area. I believe it's LB North. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Austin. I'm a resident of Long Beach, and I wanted to again thank the Commission for all you've done so far and listening to our community and many of the communities across California as you determine these maps. I've been following these meetings pretty closely, and I appreciate what so many of the commissioners have done to keep Long Beach as intact as possible in all of the draft maps. And I understand that for population purposes, some of Long Beach was removed at times to balance out the needs of other maps, and we appreciate you for doing all you can. I know the commission still has a lot of hard decisions to make, and as you continue to work towards the final maps, I'd like to ask that the commission consider grouping our community with some of our neighboring cities, such as Seal Beach, Rossmore, and Los Alamitos, very similar to the previous gentleman that spoke. I myself work with quite a few folks who work in Long Beach but live in those surrounding cities. And we do share a lot more in common with those cities than we do with some of our neighbors to the southeast or to the north of us in southeast Los Angeles. Long Beach is a community that cares deeply about our coasts and cleanliness of our oceans. And this is very true for some of our OC neighbors as well in Seal Beach and in Rossmore. We are communities impacted greatly by the preservation of our environment, and we share very similar day-to-day experiences. Once again, I would like to thank you for keeping Long Beach intact. And as you continue to do your work, please consider pairing us with our other coastal neighbors. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we will have 075, and up next after that will be 077. 075, I'll be promoting you now. (075), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you please let the mapper know what district and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair Toledo and commissioners. I'm testifying today on the congressional districts in East San Gabriel Valley and North Orange County region. So a couple of different maps, CDSTH60 and the Orange County maps, Seal Brea and Inland OC. The North Orange County bedroom communities of Fullerton and Brea along the 57 freeway corridor share common commuting, economic, and environmental interests with Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights, and Walnut to be included in one district. The large and growing AAPI communities in all of these cities should be given a political voice, and the Northern Gateway cities in the current draft Long Beach North should be reunited with the rest of the Gateway cities in the STH60 map Doing so will preserve the gateway cities under unified representation and keep the STH60 as a Latino VRA seat. The proposed Seal Brea and Inland OC draft district boundaries appear to have been the default results of protecting the central Orange County VRA district community boundaries. I would like to see the commission continue to look at crossing over county lines to better respect the communities of interest and fair representation of local concerns in the congressional districts to the east and to the southwest in Orange County from the central VRA proposed district. The Seal Brea draft has a number of problems, most notably significant demographic and geographic disparities to the cities that would be districted together. The draft district encompasses communities that are imposing 30 miles from one another, translating to a minimum of a 1-hour drive in Orange County, and incorporating the cities of Cypress will be to the detriment of residents in this district and will not serve the communities of interest in Westminster, Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, nor the senior living community in Rossmore, nor the unique coastal city of Seal Beach. Also, this proposed district has produced numerous testimony about keeping critical importance of keeping the Fullerton of City whole. Finally, I just want to urge the commission to please remember many communities in Orange County were undercounted in the census.
15.
And I want to make sure that we do the best we can for congressional representation to mitigate the apportionment funding result of that undercount. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we will have a 077, and then up next after that will be 073. 077, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Chris, and I'd like to speak about the city of Long Beach, specifically the LB North Draft Congressional District. And I think it's already up there. I know you've heard a significant amount of testimony from my community, so I'll try and keep my comments brief. I want to sincerely thank you for keeping Long Beach completely together in your Senate and Assembly drafts and almost entirely complete in this congressional district as well. I was born and raised in this community, attended Long Beach Unified Schools, graduated from Poly High School, and chose to move back after college because this is my home. When people ask where I'm from, I don't say LA or LA County or Southern California. I say Long Beach because in our own right, we are a big, diverse, distinct city. And I really think we should have the right to speak with our own voice in Sacramento and Washington, DC. Our political system will only work when every single person is adequately and fairly represented in government. And you can help ensure that for our area by keeping this direction for Long Beach. Please know that your work and advocacy on our behalf is not only appreciated, but it's going to directly improve the ability of diverse and historically marginalized communities to see themselves and their needs reflected in leadership. I'm speaking specifically about our LGBTQ community, about our Cambodian community, about our Latino community, and all of my neighbors here in Long Beach who would benefit from our city being kept together throughout the redistricting process as much as is possible given the considerations that you have to balance. Thank you again for taking the time this weekend to make sure our voices are heard, and thank you in advance for working to keep Long Beach as intact as possible throughout the rest of the line drawing process. Take care and have a great rest of your Saturday.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we will have 073, and then up next after that will be 087. 073, I'll be promoting you now. 073, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you would like to discuss, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm calling for Assembly Districts in Contra Costa County. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jamila Ibrahimi. I'm calling in today representing the RISE Youth Center based in Richmond, California, and the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. I'm here to speak in favor of keeping West Contra Costa communities united within one district. Young people in Richmond and West Contra Costa County bear the burden of multiple systemic inequities and face persistent dehumanization, stigma, and criminalization by schools, the criminal legal system, media, and public systems. These inequities are exacerbated by historical disinvestment, job, food, and transportation deserts, and escalating displacement and pushout. In our COI sessions that we held locally, residents lifted up the need for investment in violence prevention that truly addresses the root causes of violence, reallocating money from criminalization to programs for youth and mental health supports, education equity for public schools, ending gender-based violence, increasing supports and programs for the unhoused, supporting communities negatively impacted by the pandemic, and ensuring protections for renters. Many of these strategies are present and need continued support and investment to increase their impact. In my work at RISE, I have had the opportunity to work with BIPOC youth leaders who have called on adults, those who represent systems in government, to listen, partner, and implement solutions grounded in the visions and expertise of local residents. This has been possible by building unity and solidarity when our representatives are committed to listening and being responsive to our most vulnerable community members. To continue and deepen this work, it's imperative that Richmond, North Richmond, San Pablo, West Contra Costa Unified School District remains together and are paired with Hercules and Rodeo so that BIPOC residents' voices are elevated and listened to by those who are voted in to represent them and their interests. On behalf of RISE and the Black Census and Redistricting Hub, we appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Thank you for listening and for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
And right now we will have a 087. And up next after that will be 012. 087, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you please let the member know what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours. Unique ID 087, you should be seeing an unmute prompt in the center of your screen at this point. You have been promoted, and you did have your hand raised this time. You should be seeing an unmute in the center of your screen.
Yes, hi. Sorry about that.
All right. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Commissioners, for dedicating your Saturday to this great cause. My name is Kevin Muldoon. I'm a councilman here in Newport Beach, and I'm calling about that coastal Orange County seat. We passed a unanimous resolution, supporting the concept of having one coastal congressional seat. Ideally, I think goes all the way from up to Seal Beach down to San Clemente. So I hope the council or the committee considers that for the sake of keeping communities and interests together. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we will have 012, and then up next after that will be 098. 012, I'll be promoting you now. You can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. If you please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Hi there. I'll be speaking on the Congressional Assembly districts for the cities of Westminster, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley in Orange County. So my name is Vincent Tran. I'm a resident of Fountain Valley, and I'm part of Spirit Rise, a nonprofit organization in Garden Grove. First off, I'd like to thank you, the Commission, for all the hard work over this past year. I would like to speak specifically on the drawing of Little Saigon. I believe Little Saigon should be kept together. Through my work with Spirit Rise, language accessibility and housing issues for particularly mobile home residents continues to be a top priority for the community. And this population is becoming more vulnerable to displacement each year due to the rising cost of rent and living expenses. And furthermore, the socioeconomic background of Vietnamese residents in these three cities are much more similar to the Mensa and the Korean community, whereas the cities of like Huntington Beach and Seal Beach and also Newport Beach have a much more higher medium household income, which would result in diverging shared interests and concerns. Speaking on particularly the congressional level, I appreciate that the commission has drawn the district of Seal and Brea adjacent to the Viera seat. This district allows the three distinct immigrant communities to remain intact and whole. This includes the Vietnamese community in Westminster and Garden Grove, the Mensa COI spanning from South Buena Park, La Palma, and Cypress in Orange County, and Cerritos and Artesia in Los Angeles County, and also the Korean American community in North Buena Park and West Fullerton. And on the assembly level, the Vietnamese American community in Garden Grove and Westminster and Fountain Valley are together in District GTW, as are the Pacific Islander communities in Garden Grove. However, their pairing with Seal Beach, Rossmore, and Los Alamitos is a point of concern, as these communities are disproportionately native-born and have higher income. And lastly, there needs to be additional changes made to fix the division of Irvine at the congressional level.
15 seconds.
However, please make sure any shifts do not disturb the overall makeup you've created for the congressional and assembly draft maps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have 098, and up next after that will be 091. 098, I'll be promoting you now. 098, you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you please let the mapper know what district plan and region you'd like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I will be providing public comment on the San Gabriel Valley, specifically the congressional maps South 60 and CD COV. My name is Jackie Wu, and I'm speaking today as a member of CAUSE, the Center for Asian Americans United for Self-Empowerment. I'm proud to be born and raised in San Gabriel Valley. Growing up, I was able to see Asian American local elected officials who looked like me and inspired me to get involved with politics and working government. From both personal and professional experience, I can tell you that there is an Asian American COI in the San Gabriel Valley that share common policy concerns and should remain in the same district. We may not be able to meet the 50% threshold to be protected under the Voting Rights Act, but we should still be kept whole as a minority community. The San Gabriel Valley has a strong, interdependent economic and social systems. For example, Asian Americans living in San Marino and Arcadia open businesses in Monterey Park and Alhambra. Bilingual lawyers and accountants serve Asian Americans in neighboring cities. Multiple generations in a family that live throughout the San Gabriel Valley commonly see the same doctor and go out to restaurants in neighboring cities. In the November 4th meeting, there was a case made that district lines should follow the 10 freeway. Instead, I offer a suggestion to consider Valley Boulevard as a corridor of traffic, economic, and social activities. The culture and businesses are very similar from Alhambra to San Gabriel to Rosemead. As you near El Monte, you can notice a difference. To say El Monte is closer to Alhambra than San Gabriel simply doesn't reflect reality. The most objective measurement of whether there is a cohesive community is to analyze voting patterns. The research clearly shows that Asian Americans in the San Gabriel Valley are a cohesive voting bloc. That is the most obvious evidence of it being a COI. In West San Gabriel Valley, the cities of Monterey Park, Alhambra, Rosemead, San Gabriel, San Marino, Temple City, and Arcadia have an Asian American majority and should be in the same congressional district. The Asian American community in East San Gabriel Valley is also identifiable by retail plazas, churches, temples, and language schools. The communities of Hacienda Heights, Walnut, Roland Heights, and Diamond Bar should remain together in a district with neighborhoods that reflect similar economic conditions, which may cross county lines into North Orange County and San Bernardino. I ask the commission to revisit the San Gabriel Valley congressional maps and redraw them to keep these Asian American communities whole. Splitting up the Asian American community in either area will set back organizing efforts by decades. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have 091, and I'd like to invite unique ID 081 to please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen, as you do have a scheduled time during this session. Right now, 091, I'll be promoting you. (091), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you please let the mapper know what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Well, hopefully you can hear me now.
We sure can.
Good, fantastic. I will do Orange County Coastal. Specifically, my name's Brandon Day and I live in Dana Point. And I specifically just wanted to bring up Dana Point, and maybe I've been on a couple calls, and I appreciate, first and foremost, I appreciate all the time you guys have spent on this. I participated in the August and October meetings, and during that time, a lot of the commissioners were talking about having one coastal district in Orange County. I was a little stunned when this recent map came out, just because, again, it was split. I'm currently, again, right on the boundary, and I would be in the southern part of that coastal district with portions of San Diego and areas of Orange County that have no relationship really to the beach. The gentleman from Newport Beach just spoke about, coastal issues. Coastal issues are different. We have environmental concerns that a lot of people aren't aware of that we have to deal with. Specifically, I'm a member of a nonprofit for a mammal rescue foundation in Laguna Beach. That would be in one district, and in Dana Point, they have the Ocean Institute, and that would be in another district. It would be pretty cool if that was together, so we could work on that. Also, the harbors of Orange County, there's really 3 of them. And again, these would be split in between 3 areas. I used to live down in San Diego, and I can just say also one other thing about that is there's no relationship really with San Diego and Orange County. There is that Pendleton area that commissioners were talking about, and it is a community of interest, I understand, but most of the kids do live in the southern part of Camp Pendleton in the San Diego area. And that's just something to consider. The environmental and the tourism reasons to keep that coast all one is so huge. Sand replenishment projects, stuff like that. So I hope you guys reconsider and maybe consider what you guys were leaning towards in August and October. I know it's hard, so best wishes to you, and hopefully you'll consider that. Have a great day, and thanks for all that you do. Take care.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
And right now, we will have unique ID 081. (081), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please let the mapper know what district plan and region you would like to address, the floor is yours. (081), there you are.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Yes. Hi. I'm calling regarding CD SAF Anna draft. That's the map covering from Seal Beach to Brea.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes. Hi, I'm David Ho. I'm a resident of Seal Beach. I'm just calling in to comment on Seal Beach. With the exception of neighboring Rossmore, Seal Beach has very little in common with the inland communities. The drive from Seal Beach to Fullerton and Brea is at least 30 to 40 minutes. Moreover, there is no convenient direct freeway route without crossing into another congressional district. If Seal Beach is the only coastal Orange County city in the congressional district, Seal Beach with a population of about 25,000 will just be an afterthought to whoever is representing us in Washington. Like other coastal Orange County cities along Pacific Coast Highway, Seal Beach has unique coastal concerns, such as flooding and beach erosion. For example, each November, Seal Beach builds a sand berm of about 1/2 mile long and 9 feet high in order to protect against beach erosion and winter storm damage. 5 months later in each April, the city removed the sand burn. As to those who want to draw Seal Beach and Long Beach together, Long Beach has very little in common with Seal Beach, as Long Beach is a large port city of about 470,000. The needs of a port city is different from those of a beach city. For example, as a port city, Long Beach needs to worry about port reconstruction upgrades and maintaining roads that can handle large semi-tractor trailers. From a shopping and dining perspective, I rarely go to Long Beach because it has a much higher 10.25% sales tax. Instead, I do my shopping and dining in Orange County because Seal Beach has an 8.75% sales tax, and all the other coastal Orange County cities have a 7.75% sales tax. Because Orange County coastal cities are currently drawn into 3 congressional districts, my last comment to the commission is, what is so similar about the North coastal communities from Del Norte County to Marin County, and what is so dissimilar about the Orange County coastal communities from Seal Beach to San Clemente? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we will have unique ID 084. I will be promoting you now. (084), you can now enable your audio and video in the lower left corner of your screen. And if you'll please let the mapper know what district, plan, and region you would like to address, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kai, and I will be addressing all 3 of the maps. My remarks focus specifically on the city of Fresno and the county of Fresno, and Black communities that live west of the 99 and in the urban core. The issues that unite our community are affordable housing, infrastructure like roads, water treatment, and air pollution, and access to living wage jobs, healthcare, and quality K-12 education. In the map, the draft map split low to middle income communities of Fresno, specifically weakening our community voice and pairing us with dissimilar communities across the region. Specifically, the communities west of 99, Highway 99, should not be paired with Merced at the assembly and congressional level, as we live in Fresno and should be in a district that represents Fresno. Additionally, our Fresno Clovis water treatment facility should be in the district it serves, and the community of Sunnyside should also be kept whole. At current, none of the maps at the congressional or assembly or state level actually do any of those things. West Fresno and Central Fresno along the 99 are different from Kerman, Mendota, Fireball, Coalinga, Huron, and Carruthers demographically. We are not rural communities, and we are not over 90% Latino. We share the same diversity as the city of Fresno, and that should be reflected in our representation at the assembly and congressional level. Additionally, we have high concentrations of apartment complexes and multifamily residencies that deserve the same level of representation as single-family homes. I will like to uplift that the Senate maps are acceptable in the way that they've redistributed our population across the district, but I do find issue with both the assembly and congressional maps. So thank you again for the opportunity to uplift my community. It's important that we protect the communities that have historically been disadvantaged and underrepresented, and the solutions that I propose, I believe, are reasonable and are within the MAPSTAR's ability to accommodate. Thank you again for the time and the consideration of our community.
Thank you for your comments.
At this time, we do not have any more of our appointments for the 3rd session, so I'm going to go ahead and read the general public comment instructions, followed by one of our interpreters to be the general call-in instructions in Spanish.
Thank you, Katie.
You're welcome. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking general public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 827-2468-6608 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to talk and when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And I'd like to ask one of our interpreters. Hi, Margarita, I see you. For the full call-in instructions. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. This is the Spanish interpreter, and I'll be reading the full call-in instructions. Para poder maximizar la transparencia y la participación del público en nuestro proceso, los comisionados estarán tomando el comentario público por teléfono. Para llamar, marque el número de teléfono proporcionado en la transmisión en vivo. El número de teléfono es el 877-853-5247. Cuando se le indique, ingrese el número de identificación de la reunión, que es el 827-2468-86608. Cuando se le indique que ingrese la identificación del participante, sencillamente oprima el símbolo numeral. Una vez que usted haya marcado, estará en una fila. Para indicar que desea dar sus comentarios, por favor, oprima la estrella y el número 9 para levantar la mano e indicarle a la moderadora que gusta dar comentario. Cuando sea su turno para hablar, usted va a escuchar un mensaje que dice: la anfitriona gusta que usted hable, oprima la estrella y el número 6 para hablar. Si usted gusta dar su nombre, por favor deletréelo para que conste en las actas. No se requiere que dé su nombre para dar comentario público. Por favor, asegúrese de silenciar su computadora o su audio de la transmisión en vivo para evitar cualquier interrupción durante su llamada. Una vez que esté esperando en la fila, esté al tanto para cuando sea su turno de hablar. Y de nuevo, baje el volumen de la transmisión en vivo. La comisión va a aplicar un límite de tiempo de 2 minutos para el comentario público. Gracias.
Thank you so much. And I would like to invite those that have called in to please press star 9. This will raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. We do have a few hands, but we could have a few more. We will start out with caller 5946, and then up next after that will be caller 1351. Caller 5946, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. I'm unclear as to what happened. Caller 5946. Wait, all the hands went down. One moment. Okay. I do apologize. For some reason, all of the hands went down in the queue. I'm going to ask that all of those that chose to press star 9, please press star 9 again. Technology is not perfect. But I do recall saying caller 5946, so we will go there first. Caller 5946, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. Caller 5946, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Jose Rios. That's spelled Joserios. I found an interesting article in the Salinas, California. I'm out of the Salinas Valley. And it was really interesting, and it had a great definition of what was going on here. And it said, talks about how gerrymandering has happened throughout the state, and over time, Avert gerrymandering ended a decade later after voters approved two initiatives hated by leaders of both parties to shift the decennial mapmaking to an independent commission that would ignore partisan considerations, draw districts to follow where possible city and county boundaries, and preserve communities of interest. For our area, including San Diego County and Southern Monterey County, this current map takes that all away. We are so closely united that to do so just destroys the brothership that we've created through our communities. And I really think this is extremely a bad map, and it takes into consideration none of what you are supposed to do, and that is preserve city and county boundaries of interest. So we really would appreciate if you would relook at that and make sure our communities of interest are held together. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we will have caller 3462, and then up next after that will be caller 1351. Caller 3462, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 3462, you may want to double check your phone, make sure it's not muted. You are unmuted in the meeting.
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm calling in regards to the Orange County Coastal Draft. My name is Renee Johnson. I wanted to thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. When I heard about the redrafting proposal, I was very concerned. I grew up in Seal Beach and I raised my family in Huntington Beach. I'm well aware of the issues we face as a coastal community, and they're the same issues I face living in Seal Beach as living in Huntington Beach. The vast majority of these issues do not affect or concern inland residents. They're strictly beach and coastal concerns. Some people look at, some people look at Orange County as a north and a south, but it's really a coastal and an inland issue. I would like to urge the commission to reconsider how they're seeing Orange County when making the congressional districts. A map that goes from Seal Beach all along the coast to San Clemente is a community that shares the same issues, worries, and lifestyle, and it would be a critical new congressional district for problems that our coast faces. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 1351, and then up next after that will be caller 1338. Caller 1351, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Samantha. I'm a resident of Orange County. I've been a resident for 6 years in Orange County and 2 years in the Surfside Colony of Seal Beach. I'm calling on behalf today of the reason for Long Beach joining and Orange County joining, or the redistricting there. But first, I want to say thank you guys so much for your time. We really appreciate you listening to us and hearing our concerns for this. As a resident of Orange County, I feel like our needs are very different, and our priorities as part of the coastal communities, that they're very different than what the Long Beach community is. For them, it's, the port is a big deal and super important, and their priorities are aligned there. For our coastal communities here, it's a little bit different, a little more tourism based and beach, beach friendly, and making sure that we're keeping it clean for everybody to enjoy here. And I think that, we should continue to keep those priorities aligned to the coastal communities here, and, keep Orange County and Seal Beach within the Orange County line all the way down to San Clemente, and aligning with the Long Beach area, I don't think is in the community's best interest here. So those are my thoughts on that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we will have caller 1338, and then up next after that will be caller 7794. Caller 1338, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you for your time. My name is Tara. I have been a resident of Orange County for 47 years, and will be speaking about the Congressional OC Coastal District. Huntington Beach and Newport Beach share a lot of common beach similarities. They have the same restaurants, common interests, love of beach. It's a surf community. They're both surf communities, and we need to keep them in one district. In addition, Irvine is not a coastal district and does not share any similarities with the coast. Furthermore, Seal Beach needs to be redrawn into the coastal district. Seal Beach is the first city on the Orange County coast, and in order for us to have a coastal district, it needs to start with Seal Beach. And the creation of a coastal district should be from Seal Beach to Dana Point. And we all agree here in the coastal communities that it's important that our interests are aligned, that we are in the same coastal community. And I really appreciate your time and your consideration for this thoughtful issue. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we have caller 7794. And then up next after that will be caller 3272. And I'd like to invite those that have called in that have not shared this afternoon, to please press star 9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Caller 7794, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Chasen. I'm a 20-plus year resident of the Seal Beach Surfside area. Thank you for taking this time to listen to our public input. We really appreciate it. As a 20-plus year resident, I've been all over this area my life, from being a Seal Beach junior lifeguard to going to school in Los Alamitos and going to college at Long Beach State. I really understand the community in this area, and there is a very stark difference of the needs, the wants, and the values of the citizens in these areas. Orange County Coastal District is very different from that of the inland OC areas, along with very different from the Long Beach area. It is critically important that we keep the OC coastal area together for our congressional district so we can get proper representation and not have our voices silenced by some sort of redistricting. So I appreciate your time. Thank you for listening to us, and I hope you can see our point of view. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts. And we will be closing the line at 3 p.m. So if you want to get your public input today, please call us before 3 o'clock so you can stay in the queue and be heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. And right now we will have caller 3272, and then up next after that will be caller 0277. Caller 3272, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hello, and thank you for hearing me. I live in Modesto and would like to talk to you about the congressional map that splits my city. I'm a behavioral health specialist working in Modesto, and I would just really like to know why the commission divided our city in the congressional map. I live on the west side, but our services, our doctors, hospitals, stores, professional buildings, malls, they're all on the east side. We are one community, and the finances always seem to go to the east side of our city, which leaves our district impoverished. But those facilities also serve the west side and north and south side community. And then I saw where you put the east side into the mountains. And in my view, that doesn't make any sense because those facilities on the east side serve us here on the west and south side in Modesto. We have people who need social services that are on the east side. And we also have issues that the mountains don't have when it comes to excuse me, when it comes to water, because we are an agricultural place. And as a city, we come together to build a community that all work in the same
30
direction.
seconds.
Please keep Modesto together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for calling in.
And right now we will have caller 0277. And up next after that will be caller 7618. Caller 0277, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time. Oh, there you are. The floor is yours.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your service. My name is Keith Mashburn, and I'm the mayor of Simi Valley, California. And I'm here to speak in favor of keeping Congressional District 25 the same. To separate Simi Valley from Santa Clarita, I think would be doing a disservice to our city and possibly to Santa Clarita also. We're very similar in so many ways. Home values, education, incomes, and what have you. And our cities are very reliant upon the movie industry that comes both into our city and into Santa Clarita. And we have many folks that are employed in Santa Clarita but live in Simi Valley, and then just the opposite of that is also true. And so the infrastructure that we share, even though there appears to be a geographical barrier between us, the freeways and travel is the same. And under the same congressional district, it's my opinion that we could get a much better service by remaining just that one district. And so those are my thoughts. I certainly appreciate what you do, and I want to thank you very much.
Thank you for your thoughts.
Right now we will have caller 7618, and then up next after that will be caller 2275. Caller 7618, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hi.
Hi, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Paige. I'm calling to strongly urge you to draw a congressional district that includes both Huntington Beach and Little Saigon. I saw your current draft to our congressional district where you lumped in Little Saigon with cities like Buena Park and Fullerton. Buena Park and Fullerton have very little in common with Little Saigon. Please reconsider your decision and draw a congressional district that keeps Huntington Beach, Seal Beach, and Little Saigon together. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
And right now we will have caller 2275, and up next after that will be caller 3480. Caller 2275, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm calling about concerns about the redistricting of my district. We urge you to include Seal Beach within the Little Saigon district, to include us with Westminster, Fountain Valley, Huntington Beach, and Seal Beach, because for the past, our interests have remained similar to each other, and it would just be the best for all of us to be included within the same district. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we will have caller 3480, and then up next after that will be unique ID 082. Caller 3480, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Richie Lee. I'm calling to urge you to keep Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Garden Grove with Huntington Beach and Seal Beach. Huntington Beach and Seal Beach is about a 5-minute drive from Little Saigon, and traveling between Huntington Beach and Little Saigon is very convenient for a lot of families to stay connected. Our second and third generations of Vietnamese Americans find it very convenient to live in coastal Orange County and still be able to come back to visit our parents in Little Saigon. And that's why Huntington Beach should be a part of Little Saigon. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we will have unique ID 082, which should have been caller 7039. And then up next after that will be caller 7686. So unique ID 082, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for taking input. I am calling in regards to the CD Santa Ana draft, and in particular, the city of Seal Beach. I have been a Seal Beach resident for the past 15 years. The current map links Seal Beach to Brea. Seal Beach is a coastal beach city, and it is very different geographically and climate-wise than the inland communities such as Brea and Fullerton. Seal Beach, as a coastal beach city, shares similar concerns as Huntington Beach and Newport Beach in regards to beach erosion, wetlands maintenance, and beach tourism. Seal Beach should not be combined with Long Beach, as Long Beach is an industrial port city and Seal Beach is a beach city. Their concerns are very different, and Seal Beach's concerns would be drowned out by the greater concerns of Long Beach. Additionally, as a Seal Beach resident, although I am close to Long Beach, I rarely do shopping or do much in Long Beach because of their incredibly high sales tax. I stick to the coastal Orange County communities and their less sales tax. As an alternative, I recommend adding Seal Beach and Rossmore to the North Coast draft, North OC Coast draft, and taking out the part of Irvine that is in that current draft. This will keep the Orange County coastal communities together. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments and suggestions.
And right now we'll have caller 7686, and then up next after that will be caller 6795. Caller 7686, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm calling with regards to the congressional mapping of the West San Gabriel Valley District. I'd like to urge the Commission here to keep the cities of Monterey Park, Alhambra, Rosemead, San Gabriel, San Marino, Temple City together. Not only is there a significant historical and cultural connection, but as we've seen in recent years, a growing commercial connection as well with the pop-up of AIPI-owned small businesses, retail plazas, etc. And moreover, on the state and assembly level districts, these cities are kept together. I urge the Commission to reconsider the current draft to keep these cities together for all of the reasons that I've listed, and thank you for taking input.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we'll have caller 6795, and up next after that will be caller 6659. Caller 6795, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 6795. Oh. You were unmuted. Go ahead and press *6 one more time, and you might want to double check and make sure your telephone is not on mute. Caller 6795, you are unmuted. You may want to check your phone, make sure it's not on mute. Caller 6795, it appears you're having some sort of technical difficulty. Try one more time, maybe the third time.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
There we go.
Hello,
the floor is yours.
I apologize for that. Hello, so my name is Mia. I'm a Vietnamese community activist. I live in Westminster but works in coastal Orange County. Putting Seal Beach and Hunting Beach in the same district as Little Saigon makes the most sense geographically. You've heard from numerous callers about drawing a Seal Beach, Hunting Beach district with Little Saigon. So please respect the wishes from our community, and thank you.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we will have caller 6659, and up next after that will be caller 6445. Caller 6659, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 6659. You'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We sure can.
Hi, my name is Hui. So I'd like to talk about the Little Saigon area. Please put Huntington Beach and Seal Beach back into the Little Saigon-based congressional district. You have heard is from so many from our community that Westminster and Fountain Valley is more suited to be in the same district as Huntington Beach and Seal Beach. These two coastal cities physically border Little Saigon. Please honor the request of our community. Please do the right thing by drawing a district that includes Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, and Little Saigon. Thank you. That'll be all. Have a good day.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we will have caller 6445, and up next after that will be caller 2974. Caller 6445, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Donnie Nguyen. I'm a Vietnamese American voter. I'm calling today to implore you to draw congressional line districts that encompass Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, and Little Saigon. I work in Huntington Beach. My family relatives live in Little Saigon. It is very convenient for me to visit them. Seal Beach and Huntington Beach is just a stone throw away from Little Saigon. Please don't draw us into the districts with Fullerton. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And just a reminder to the public that we will be closing the line at 3 p.m. We want to hear from as many of you as possible, but we will be closing the line today at 3 o'clock, and we will have additional public input sessions next week. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cher. And right now we will have caller 2974, and up next after that will be caller 0129. Caller 2974, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Paulina Tran, and I called earlier this week, and I'm calling you again. We live in Garden Grove, and Garden Grove border, Westminster Garden Grove border is the city of Huntington Beach and Seal Beach. We're not sure why you put us with Fullerton. So please keep us together with Huntington Beach and Seal Beach, please, for the Little Saigon. Thank you.
Thank you for calling again.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0129, and up next after that will be caller 9644. Caller 0129, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is Labar, Mayor of King City. I speak again regarding the maps that are on your site for the drafts. I ask that all the commissioners look at the current in place maps of CD20, SD12, and AD30, as all of these current districts meet and comply with the Voting Rights Act. The visualization of CD Cupertino, you split the Salinas Valley, which is a Central Coast Valley. It is predominantly Hispanic. It is an agricultural community, and connected it with San Jose. These are two communities with completely different interests. I please urge you to look at the current districts of CD20, SD12, and AD30, and that in the next draft, that these districts reflect similar boundaries to keep our communities of interest together. Right now, by splitting the Salinas Valley, you actually put people in a different congressional district where they live, and then right across the highway is where they work. Thank you for this opportunity. Again, our people are Hispanic, they're farm workers, and right now are working and unable to give their voice. So it's up to us elected. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you for calling in again, and we appreciate the comments.
And right now we have caller 9644, and up next after that will be caller 3746. Caller 9644, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Trion. I'm a registered voter and resident of Westminster. I'm also a college student. I'm speaking this afternoon to ask this commission to keep Westminster, Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, and Huntington Beach in one congressional district. I see a lot of similarities between Huntington Beach and Little Saigon. I'm not sure if our community has anything in common with Fullerton. Please be thoughtful about your decision. Please keep Little Saigon and Huntington Beach together. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we have caller 3746, and then up next after that will be caller 3122. Caller 3746, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Daisy Tong, and I'm a parent, a voter, and also a business owner in the Little Saigon area. I'm calling about the congressional district. First, I appreciate and thank all the hard work the committee is doing. I really ask that you keep Little Saigon, Westminster, Garden Grove together with Huntington Beach and even into Seal Beach. Please keep the community together. I grew up here. I see how the community worked so hard to actively start getting to political and start getting our voice heard. Please don't divide up our community at this point. Please keep us intact because we're so common as a second generation Vietnamese getting older and make more money. We start moving to Huntington Beach and Seal Beach, and our parents still live in Westminster and Garden Grove. Please protect our voice. I appreciate your work, and I really, truly hope you hear all of our community's voice. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you for the feedback.
And right now we will have caller 3122, and then up next after that will be caller 7699. And I'd like to invite those that have called in this afternoon to please press *9 to raise your hand, indicating you have called in to give comment. This will allow you to get into the comment queue line. Right now we have caller 3122. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Kim. I called earlier this week and now I'm calling you again. You have heard consistent and lengthy testimony for 2 weeks now about keeping Little Saigon with Huntington Beach. I hope that in your next round of drawing you deliver on this request from our community. Huntington Beach should be the same district as Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Garden Grove. Huntington Beach is literally next door to Little Saigon. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we have caller 7699, and then up next after that will be caller 7807. Caller 7699, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Miley Fan, and I currently live in the city of Garden Grove, Little Saigon area. So all of our activity for my family, my kids, my parents, we all, related to Little Saigon area, Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, Sea Beach area. We would love to urge you to keep, Little Saigon together with the Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, Sea Beach area. We have nothing in common with the Fullerton. It takes a long time to drive over to Fullerton. So please, please honor our request. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the feedback.
And right now we have caller 7807, and up next after that will be caller 5921. Caller 7807, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. one more time, caller with the last four, 7807. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Hiên Tong. I want Garden Grove and Westminster and City Huntington Beach, with Shell Beach and Potter Valley together. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we have caller 5921, and then up next after that will be caller 0882. Caller 5921, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Trung Lee. I live in Garden Grove. I want please keep Sea Beach with Westminster, Fountain Valley, and Huntington Beach. Very, very. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you for the call, for the feedback.
And right now we have caller 0882, and then up next after that will be caller 5232. Caller 0882, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Hello.
Yes, hello. This is Randy Economy, and I am a resident of Riverside County here in I'm calling about the California State Board of Equalization district that stretches now about 6 miles south of my home here in the Coachella Valley, all the way up to the Oregon border, touching both Arizona and Nevada. And the first time when I saw the lines, I kind of chuckled, but then I kind of really studied it, and I thought it completely makes sense. And I applaud you for carving out a line like this, a district like this for the State Board of Equalization, which is I'm not sure exactly what the number is going to be, but we have a lot of communities of interest, and it's basically the rural communities, and we're not associated with Los Angeles or San Francisco or San Diego. We're kind of our own individual entity. So I applaud you for that, and I thank you so much. And I know how much hard work it is to be involved in a group like this. And I've spoken to your staff on a number of occasions, and you guys are nothing but professionals. I know you come from all different walks of life, but the main thing is that we're all Californians. And I know that the Board of Equalization is kind of a wonky position, but I thank you for the time and effort to carve out these communities of interest. And I thank you. And I just want to make sure that these proposed maps for the BOE are left intact as you proposed. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we have caller 5232, and then up next after that will be caller 4432. I'd like to invite those that have called in to please press *9. This will raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. And for unique ID 096, if you wish to give comment, please use the raise your hand button at the bottom of your screen. Caller 5232, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hi, my name is Calvin. I'm a resident of Walnut, and I want to talk about the San Gabriel Valley. In general, I think I work in, I've lived in both sides of the east and west end of it, and I do feel like the congressional district is surprisingly cutting both communities away from other API communities, specifically from Temple City, Arcadia, separated from Monterey Park, and Rosemead, both very close communities. Can people go across on a regular basis? I do think that all should be connected and put in with the Foothill district. Going to the east, I feel like Chino Hills is being left out, and we better fit with the Fullerton area, Brea area, and I see that the Little Saigon area doesn't resonate with the Fullerton area. So I think you have a two birds with one stone situation here, where you can put back an API district that had 33% and is right now at 22%, and also help the Vietnamese community in Little Saigon feel represented in their area. So I do feel there are Chinese communities that go from Walnut Dunbar down to Fullerton and vice versa. And the 57 and 60 freeway is a big traffic congestion. I think the 6th largest traffic congestion in the United States. And because we have representatives in the Senate and the Assembly and in the congressional level that represented both areas from Walnut to Fullerton, they were able to find funding to actually alleviate some of that traffic, but it's not done, and we do need that for the next decade. So please connect us all back together. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now, we will have caller 4432, and then up next after that will be caller 2726. Caller 4432, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Yvonne. I'm calling from Del Norte County, a little county up here at the top of California with only a population of 25,000 people. I feel that our county lines need to be drawn, including us, with the counties to the east of us, as in Siskiyou, Trinity, and Shasta. Being a small community up here, we have more in common as far as our communities go and the issues that we're facing with agriculture with the counties to the east of us. Going down south, we really don't compare to some of the larger communities that are on the coastal towns. And therefore, we don't have anybody up here supporting our issues that we're facing, as they don't have anything in common with the ones that they face in these larger coastal cities. So I just ask that our lines be drawn, including Del Norte to the east of us, into the Siskiyou district. And that's it. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for calling in and for your feedback.
And right now, we will have caller 2726, and then up next after that will be unique ID 096. And I'd like to invite the rest of those that have called in to please press *9 to raise your hand, indicating you wish to give comment today. Caller 2726, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Matt. I live in Seal Beach, California, and I would like to stay with the coastal community cities from Huntington Beach and Seal Beach together with Orange County, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your feedback.
And right now we have unique ID 096, and then up next after that will be caller 2450. Unique ID 096, I will be promoting you now. Oh, one moment. We actually cannot do that. Unique ID 096, I will be doing the audio only option at this time. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute on your screen, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Betsy Lowry. I'm the assistant to the city manager for the city of Temecula, and we're located on the southwest Riverside County area. There you go. Is this the, yeah, these are city maps I'm looking at, correct? Is that what this map is? I'm just curious, but this map isn't any district mapped, correct? Okay, great, thank you. As you may be aware, Route 15, consisting of contiguous I'm going to read a letter, into the record from our mayor. As you may be aware, Route 15, consisting of contiguous segments of State Route 15 and Interstate 15, is a major north-south state and interstate highway in California, connecting Riverside, San Bernardino, and San Diego counties. It is a major thoroughfare for daily commuter traffic and considered essential to the country's economy, defense, and mobility under the National Highway System. Southwest Riverside County cities, including the city. Southwest Riverside County cities, including the city of Temecula, have actively engaged as a community to provide operational improvements and enhance safety for a corridor for many years. So we're talking about the Southwest Riverside County area. For these reasons, the city of Temecula respectfully request that the Commission strongly consider cities located adjacent to and near I-15 corridor as a community of interest for the purposes of Assembly, Senate, and congressional redistricting. That concludes this letter.
Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. And there is also, the letter has been submitted with contact information should you have any questions. Thank you so much.
And right now we have caller 2450, and then up next after that will be caller 5188. Caller 2450, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gary Brennan. I live in Ramona in South San Diego County. Have been here for about the last 7 years. Just want to go on record saying I appreciate the hard work the Commission has put in drawing the lines for our state, but I'd like to share that I believe the current draft maps of the state Senate do not represent our local community down here. The current draft map separates many of the East San Diego sister communities such as Lakeside, Alpine, Descanso, Jamul, Santee, Poway, Rancho San Diego, El Cajon, and my town, Ramona. We have shared economic, social, and cultural interests, and we need to be kept together. We are incorporated communities and have more in common in most cities like El Cajon, Santee, and Poway than we do with the city of San Diego or with desert communities such as Brawley and Needles. Shouldn't be placed in the districts with North Park, Chula Vista, Pacific Beach, University City, or in the city of San Diego. My community's access to fair allocation of resources and effective governance depends on your decisions. Rural communities, rural San Diego communities like Jamul, Alpine, Crest, Alpine, Bostonia, Lakeside, and Ramona and Julian belong in the same district, which should also include Escondido, Poway, Santee, and El Cajon. Rural San Diego areas have different concerns than parts of the city of San Diego. I'm sorry?
26 seconds remaining.
Okay, so anyway, if you could look into that, please, and keep our rural communities together, we would really appreciate it. And once again, thanks for all your hard work. I know it's a difficult task. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying at today's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 5188, and then up next after that will be caller 8069. And again, I'd like to invite those that have called in to please press *9, as those are our last two hands for the evening. Caller 5188, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Hi.
The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Minh Hương Nguyễn. I live in Westminster. I would like to have Westminster, Little Saigon together, Washington Beach and Seal Beach. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in.
And right now we have caller 8069. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last four digits, 8069. And if you please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
And Katie, I believe the Spanish interpreter is simultaneously interpreting the reminder to press *6 or *9 in Spanish. Is that correct?
Yes, on the Spanish listening line, yes.
Perhaps we can have somebody do it on this line as well, one of the interpreters.
Sure. Yes. Yes. For this caller, it may be a connectivity issue. This caller has their hand raised.
Yes, in general, just for the remaining calls, just to make sure that we have it covered.
Wonderful. Yes, we'll do. caller 8069, I will be removing your permission to talk momentarily, and we will do the announcement. And may I please have the Spanish interpreter repeat the instructions to raise hand, which is *9, and then to unmute, it is *6.
This is the Spanish interpreter, Margarita.
Yeah.
Esta es la intérprete, Margarita. Vamos a darles instrucciones para aquellas personas que gusten levantar la mano para dar comentario público. Deben de oprimir estrella 9 para levantar la mano. Para poder activar su micrófono, tendría que pulsar estrella 6. Gracias.
Gracias, Margarita.
De nada.
And we'll go ahead and try caller 8069 one more time. This may be a connectivity issue, but we'll try here. Please press *6. And caller 8069, I will come back to you in a few minutes. There may be just a connectivity issue for you wherever you are at the moment. And Chair, I would assume that you want me to go through the list regardless of hand?
That's correct. Let's just go through the list and make sure we have everyone covered.
All right, will do. We will start with caller with the last 4 digits, 1740. If you wish to give comment, please follow the prompts by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, hello. The floor is yours.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Hi. Good afternoon. I am Rung Lee. I am the Little Saigon. I want a city Garden Grove, Westminster, Fulton Valley, Huntington Beach, and a Civic together. Thank you. Have a weekend.
Thank you, and have a good weekend as well.
And right now, we're going to caller with the last 4 digits, 1789. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi. Yes. Hi. Good afternoon. My name is Sylvie Kim Nguyen. I live in Westminster. I want Little Saigon, go with Garden Grove, Fulton Valley, and Huntington Beach, Northville, Fullerton. Fullerton is far away from where I live. Thank you, your support.
Thank you, and have a good weekend.
And up next will be caller with the last 4 digits, 7786. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 7786. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for giving up your Saturday to hear all of us. I live in Orange County in Laguna Beach. I'm a member of a Surfrider Foundation. I'm also a Tidewater docent, and I've also spent many years on the Parking, Traffic, and Circulation Committee for the City of Laguna Beach. And I urging you to please keep all of the coastal cities together. Our interests are unique. They are combined and interrelated when it comes to not only the ocean, but also the coastal headlands. And most importantly, on a personal basis, because I've spent a number of years on the Parking, Traffic, and Circulation Committee, our parking and our traffic directional concerns are also interrelated. We share that Great Coast Highway, and it takes a team. It takes all of us together to make that work. I think bringing in Irvine would be not a good idea because simply the interests are not shared the same. And again, thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, and have a good weekend.
And right now we have caller 8910. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6 if you wish to give comment this evening or afternoon. And one more time, caller with the last 4 digits, 8910. If you wish to give comment this afternoon, please press *6. Well, thank you so much for your presence and your listening. And we have call in user 2, which is an indication of no caller ID. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. You will be hearing a prompt in your telephone. And one more time, call in user 2. If you wish to give comment this evening, please press *6 on your telephone keypad. No, thank you so much for listening. And the last one in the queue is unique ID 083, as you have chosen to call in. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello?
Hi, the floor is yours.
Oh, okay. Hang on, wait a minute. I had to pull over, I was driving.
Oh.
Okay. My name is Kathy. I'm calling from the Central Valley. I have lived in Turlock for over 35 years, and I'm calling regarding congressional map. I think it's number ECA. It's congressional. I live in Congressional District 10, and the map that you published earlier in the month of November was considerably better than the map that you have now published regarding where I live in Turlock. You have cut the city of Modesto and the city of Ceres and the city of Turlock basically in half, north and south. We have considerable things in common with Central Valley. Turlock has considerable things in common with other Central Valley cities, and we would like to remain with those Central Valley cities to continue our work on water, agricultural issues, economics and jobs, transportation, all issues which we share in common because we are centered around that Central Valley corridor. Place one half of Turlock, and for that matter, one half of Ceres and Modesto, with Lake Tahoe, with a district that goes as far north and south as Lake Tahoe and Death Valley, is not a good plan because we have nothing in common, either geographically, agriculturally, economically, with any of those many counties. And
30 seconds.
Modesto and Turlock have nothing in common with the communities of Lake Tahoe and Death Valley. So please go back to the district that you published earlier in the month of November. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
And that is everyone in our queue, Chair.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Christian. And thank you to all Californians who provided feedback on the draft maps. As we work towards final maps, your feedback and voice is critical to the refinement of our maps. We will continue to accept public input on the 22nd and the 23rd. And if you don't have an appointment at this time, you can call in during the public comment period at 2:30 on those days. And of course, you can always give feedback through our website and through the tools that we have online. With that, I hope everyone has a great weekend and enjoys the weekend and hopefully a wonderful Thanksgiving if we don't get to talk to one another next week. Thank you. With that, we are adjourned.